Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty.
Hi there.
Democracy. Our way of life.
Oh, hello.
But freedom doesn't come free.
No! Sweet liberty! No!
Yo, what up? I'll be honest, I was not happy to see the patch note. I was like, what the fuck, man? I was not happy to see it. At least you got to sleep in. Fun fact, on day offs, I don't sleep in. I actually wake up early. I wake up 2.5 hours earlier than normal, so I can spend time with Annie. So, no, I got less sleep than normal, actually. Good morning, everybody. Quite unfortunate timing, that's for sure. Anyways, we got massive patch notes. I'm sure many of you have probably already read it, but, you know. We got my own to go through. Yeah, dude, I wasn't ready for this patch at all. When they were talking about it, I was like, oh, I feel pretty, you know, confident. I could probably just, I could probably just, you know, expect the patch on Friday or over the weekend. And then, no, they're like, oh, surprise, we finished it. That's insane. That's actually insane. Unlucky timing, not gonna lie. It is what it is. I did a quick glance as I was getting ready for stream. It's a big one. There's a lot of patch notes here. Looking forward to reading through it. But regardless, happy they got it through. I'm sure a lot of people are very excited. Okay, general changes. Improvements have been made to increase the overall effectiveness of primary weapons, sidearms, throwables, and stratagems. This is like... Immediately after reading that, I was like, damn, it's a 60-day patch 2.0. Light versus medium penetration weapons. Light and medium penetration weapons now offer more distinct advantages. Light penetrating weapons generally deal a higher percentage of their total damage against durable enemies, differentiating them more clearly from medium penetration options. Fantastic. I'm hoping this will be very similar to, you know, the amendment. That was like my big thing with feedback, was just like, the amendment feels great. You know, it's a great light pen weapon, needs to do more damage and just, you know, good durable damage. Awesome. Hell yeah. SMGs and pistols have been adjusted to emphasize their role as close quarter weapons. Close range damage has been increased, and damage fall has been increased to reinforce their short term. This is feedback that I've been giving them for like well over a year. I'm glad they finally, you know, wanted to do it. I'm very happy that they finally did it. I've been saying this for a very long time though. Just giving them like huge amounts of damage up close and just make them fall off much faster. So, hell yeah. Melee weapons and throwables. Melee weapons and throwables have been improved to make each feel more impactful, unique for their function. I look forward to reading that. Resupply rack. Resupply rack is not climbable anymore. Oh, for the people that still have auto mantle on. That's kind of funny. That's a cute one. All right, so damage projectile decreased from 100 to 0. Damage explosion is increased from 150 to 225 for the Plasma Punisher. That's huge. That'll make the Plasma Punisher feel a lot more usable as like an AoE weapon. Whereas before, you basically had to direct impact to get a lot of the damage out of it. So it'll feel a lot better now. I'm looking forward to it. With the faster fire rate, I think 225 is probably a good number. We'll see. But it will feel like I guess a crossbow adjacent in a way. So that's nice. Can't wait to try it out. Slugger gave it a damage bump. Nice. It makes sense since it seems like they're giving everything a damage bump. But, you know, for the people that were like, I want the Slugger to have more one-shot potential range on, like, what is it? Overseers? You got it. Durable damage is also increased. That's cool. I wonder if it'll start, like, one-tapping, like, Brood Commanders, like regular Brood Commanders. I don't think it'll one-tap, like, a regular Brood Commander, but that's a nice durable damage increase as well. Normal Liberator up 10, but that's a massive amount of more durable damage. Man, that's gonna feel a lot better versus like, you know, like a Brood Commander's head and stuff like that. Man, primary weapons are gonna be so nuts. Same for Liberator Carbine, same damage. Liberator Penetrator went up 5 damage. Surprisingly, it's only 5 damage, but I think they wanted to make light pen weapons feel better in this patch, which is probably my guess. That's my guess there. Liberator Concussive up 10 and 5. Nice. Nice. Solid. I still think the Liberator Concussive will be still more niche, but I could definitely get behind that. Tenderizer went up in durable. Stayed the same damage, though, surprisingly. Interesting. But that is a sizable increase in durable. I am surprised that they didn't give it, like, another bump, but maybe they're worried about DMRs, like the regular Diligence, getting stepped on a bit too much, which is fair. But I thought, honestly, they were just going to bring up everything up. So I'm a bit surprised there. Pacifier, damage is increased to 55. Nice. Stun value per projectile increased from 1.5 to 2. Hopefully that means that we're stunning a lot faster. Like, there was definitely an issue of just like, after they fixed the multiplayer bug, yeah, you were just getting no stun out of it. It felt like it was very slow to stun. So that's nice. Defender went up to 100 damage a shot, but obviously it's going to have a lot of damage fall off, which is cool. I think that's I still think that's a really good way to balance these weapons. They're going to be up close and personal kind of weapons, and then, you know, within 20 meters, you know, still seems like it's 4 to 5 bullets to stun. I think that's reasonable. But yeah, really cool that the Defender is up in damage. Knight got a damage up. I'm surprised they went that far, because I feel like the Knight was already insane, but fair enough. Drag is the same. So it's basically double the drag increase. So it's going to lose its damage a hell of a lot faster. 50% more drag doesn't sound like a lot, but it will be very, very much short range. Like, I doubt you're going to be wanting to use SMGs at more than like 50 meters, most likely. We'll see. Weapon Man got a small damage up. That's nice. Once again, surprises not more. But, you know, I think they're worried about it stepping on the toes of some of the DMRs, be my guess. Pummeler, nice. Durable damage, damn. It also got the same durable damage as the rest of them. Okay. Stun value per projectile, so it's the same as the pacifier. That's gonna suck though. If it actually is the same stun value as the pacifier has a huge advantage just shooting faster. So the poor Pummeler might not feel great. Poor Thick. Sickle got a little bump. Nice. Durable damage is still quite low on it, but that's cool to see. I still think it's gonna get overshadowed, but maybe the infinite ammo will be enough to just keep it puttering along. We'll see. Halo rifle went up, but they didn't touch the durable damage. Surprising. I thought they would. But I guess, it makes sense. Medium. So the SMG, so they did the exact same thing. Hopefully it feels better. I mean, I still think everybody's just going to use the Knight. Like, 10 more damage on the Knight. It has more durable damage. Everybody's just going to keep using the Knight. The Knight is just the better weapon. I still feel like they went too easy on the buff for the Halo SMG. That one, it'll feel like it's a bit left behind, especially when you have the STA11 right here getting a bigger buff. What are they doing? I don't understand this one. This is my first where I'm just like, hopefully this is a typo. Is it a typo? Hopefully it's a typo. I'm coping that it's a typo. Cope with me, chat. Cope with me. It's not a typo. Damn, it's not a typo. Unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is right, because basically the Halo SMG and the STA11 are essentially the same family of weapons in a way, right? Like, they're very similar family of weapon, right? And then you have the Knight, which is just like even better because it has attachments, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like, you have a slower fire rate, you have the same magazine size, and then you have lower damage and you have lower durable. Like, I don't know. That one seems weird. This one, I don't. I'm probably gonna have to ask them after stream. I don't get it. I don't get it, especially with the STA11 getting, you know, the same buff as the Knight. Like, obviously the STA11 will still get overshadowed by the Knight. There's no doubt in my mind because of attachments, but weird. Okay. Anyways, accelerated rifle got more mags. Cool. I didn't expect that. That's cool. And increased ergonomics. Wow. Accelerated rifle. I didn't expect this, but I did want it. I wanted the accelerated rifle to get a little love because it only felt good on bots. Now it'll feel a lot better on more factions. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Is the YouTube stream not working? Or is it working? I don't even know. Anyways, plasma projectiles now pass through foliage without losing velocity. Nice. That was a weird one. It's only for the Scorcher, though. Or I wonder if that's in general. Saber weapon, more damage, more durable damage. Cool. More damage, more durable damage. Attack speed has been slightly reduced. Interesting. More damage, more durable damage. Okay, so sidearms, we got the Peacemaker up to 95. Not bad. Durable damage up. And then once again, they did the drag. Okay. Redeemer actually got some love in forever. Oh my god, look at that up and durable. What is durable damage? Durable damage is essentially the damage it takes. So when you're what's a good way to describe this? When you're shooting at a body part on a bug, let's say like a Brood Commander's head, right? It takes a certain percentage of like its damage as durable, right? So, and you need to hit that threshold of durable damage dealt in order to break the part, right? So the actual normal damage value that you see here is not its durable damage, right? So it's kind of like some parts will be 100% durable. So only the durable damage you deal to the enemy will count towards breaking that part or killing it, right? But then some parts, like I think the engine of, let's say, the automaton gunship is like 50% durable. So it's like 50% of your main damage is being applied to it, and 50% of your durable damage is being applied to it, right? So when they talk about durable parts, it's usually just, you know, a portion of the body that you would benefit if you had more durable versus less. So like weapons that have like tons of durable damage that always felt like they were very good at like, you know, taking apart things would be like explosive weapons and like things like the Dominator, for instance. Tons of durable damage. Medium weapons can just do what light weapons do, but better and easier? No. They can do it easier because you don't have to be as accurate with a medium pen weapon because you don't have to care about, you know, weak points. But now, if you take a light pen weapon, it'll be more impactful if you know where to shoot with the light pen, which is what we've been asking for a long time, is that light pen weapons, you know, have been like in an okay spot if you had very good aim, but they didn't feel great. Even then, even when you were being like quite accurate. Now with these buffs, even when you're just shooting a durable part that you're matching, like light for light, it'll feel more impactful. So now it's not like a situation where like medium pen weapons had more durable damage and they had pen and they had pretty damn respectable damage on top of that. So now light pen weapons have more of a point in existing, which is nice, right? Medium pen weapons will still be the choice for someone who just doesn't know what to shoot or just wants to be lazy, or if wants, you know, and then the step above that would just be an explosive weapon, you know, just fuck it, just shoot it, right? But light pen weapons now have more of an emphasis on like weak points and knowing where to shoot. And also, if you do have a durable part in front of you, it'll feel better to shoot. Like a Brood Commander's head, for instance, with a light pen weapon will feel a lot better now. Even the changes, I don't see the reason to use a light pen weapon when the Coyote exists. That's the thing, Shelly, is that you probably will never see a reason to use another type of weapon other than the Coyote, right? If all you do is you're chasing the meta, you'll be sadly mistaken. That's just what happens when they overbuff something, right? Or they add something that's too powerful. The same can be said for the Eruptor and Crossbow. Those are weapons that are actually better than the Coyote. So if you just come from a point of reference of, I'm always just going to use the best thing ever, you'll never be happy. So what I recommend is drop the meta pants and just use things that are fun. You know, there's still like a tiering, and if you want to make the mission easier on yourself, or, you know, use it in this context or that context, you know, there you go. But I wouldn't, like, you're never going to be happy if you look at the game that way. You know, there's nothing wrong with doing meta, but also I do think that you can make your life quite boring in a video game if all you do is look at it. YouTube not working? It looks like it's working for me. There's just no one watching. It's on the main channel. It should be showing up. I can see it. I can see my own stream. Anyways. Anyways, back to the patch notes. So yeah, Redeemer finally got an update after so long. I can't remember the last time it got touched. I don't even know if it can't see it. Is it like privated or something like that? It must be like privated and it's not telling me. Dude, it is. It's unlisted. Why? Good catch. Good catch. Yeah, it's unlisted for some reason. I can see it, but no one else can see it. That's weird. All right. Thank you. Okay. But yeah, happy about the Redeemer. I doubt anyone will be using the Redeemer, but definitely going to feel a lot better. Dude, that's almost 3 times the durable damage. It's insane. Oh my god. Verdict, nice little bump. Not bad. The SOCOM pistol only getting 100 damage or 10 damage. Still not enough. Still not enough, man. I'm fine with it staying light pen. It just needs to be more impactful as light pen. The fact that I'd rather just use the Verdict all day as a medium pen weapon. The Warrant, Lost Drag, cool. Gravity multiplier decreased. So basically what it's meaning is going to be more of a laser weapon and less of a projectile weapon. Fair enough. Dynamite, up to 1,000 damage. Armor penetration is now heavy. Demolition strength to 40. Stagger strength to 40. And then decreases to 3. They took the feedback, chat. They took the feedback. Let's go. So correct if I'm wrong, but that should be enough to kill a Ball Titan nest now. We'll have to test that. That's awesome. That's huge. Dynamite kills Titan holes. That's fucking awesome. Well, this is what we wanted. This is like when we first got the War Bond, this is what I gave the feedback on was the Dynamite is disappointing, both from a damage perspective, but also it feels like it should be more impactful, right? So that's awesome. That's super cool. I wasn't expecting the heavy damage. Honestly, wasn't expecting that, but I'm welcoming it. It shouldn't be too crazy because you only get 3. Thermites will still be the better heavy killer, but cool. Cool. Pineapple, shrapnel from the main explosion increased from 7 to 18. Does that mean the number of projectiles? Probably the number of projectiles. Because, dude, I didn't even know there was shrapnel as part of the pineapple until someone said it. When someone said there was shrapnel, I was like, what? I know it says it in the description, but I thought like, you know, the explosive payload that comes out was the shrapnel. No. Demolition strength is increased to 30. Fantastic. That'll make it a lot more useful in a lot of situations. Inner radius of the shrapnel is from 1 to 2.5. Okay. And then damage of the explosion increased from 70 to 100. That'll be nice here for the smaller ones. Removed lifetime of the shrapnel. So now it should fly a lot farther. It'll be kind of harmful to Helldivers, but fair enough. And the shrapnel from the explosion... The shrapnel from the shrapnel explosion decreased from 6 to 0. I don't know exactly what they mean by that one. We'll have to try out the pineapple as well. Seeker, higher priority flying enemies. Yeah, one of the devs told me they were watching one of our discussions when we were talking about the Seeker grenade, and this actually came up while we were talking about it. Like maybe the Seeker grenade could, you know, prioritize certain targets that would make the Seeker more, you know, like unique, right? So I'm glad that they implemented this. I think that's really cool. It'll now hopefully be able to one-shot an Overseer, an elevated Overseer, which would be very nice. What's the demo force needed for jammers? 50, I believe. Highest target priority is marked. Okay, cool. So it'll still like ignore the flying enemy if you target something else. Like if you like pin something else, right? So you pin it or like you spot it, and then you throw it, and then it will work like that. It will one-shot elevated overseer. Nice. That's awesome. 6 frag grenades. That's great. Love to see that. Frag grenade going up. They didn't increase the demo force of frag grenade though. Still gonna be great for like ad clear, but so awkward for Illuminate. I'm hoping that maybe they just forgot that patch note and they did increase the demo force to 30. I don't know. It obviously can like kill a, you know, a bug hole and stuff like that, but it can't kill an Illuminate jammer or a plasma tower, Tesla tower. Smokes, you now get 5. I still want more, bigger plume. Throwing knives got more damage. Durable damage also increased. That might be enough durable damage to one-shot a Brute Commander. Brute Commander's head. That might be kind of insane. Epoch duration until explosion increased from 3 to 3.25. So you have more time. Okay. Delayed muzzle by 0.5. So it now appears when the projectile is overcharged, improving the visibility of the charge state. I'll have to see what that means exactly. I think that means that there's more of a visual indicator when it's time to fire, basically, by delaying it more, because it actually appeared before it was time to fire, essentially. Damage on standard projectiles increased. Nice. It felt terrible. Now it'll feel pretty good. 500 might be enough to like one-shot a normal Overseer. That could actually be insane. I'll have to check that. Demolition Strike on overcharged projectiles increased to 30. Let's go! That's awesome. That's super big. You can now blow up bug holes with the overcharge shots. That's great. Stalwart got the General Liberator changes. Nice. Flamethrower got a nice capacity increase, more ammo, and then spare canisters. I was hoping for some more damage, I'll be honest, up close, but we'll take it. Durable damage, that's insane. That's a lot of durable damage. That actually is probably going to do really well versus Bile Titans, because right now I think it's around like 2 mags to kill a Bile Titan's head. I think it's like 9 shots, 10 shots, something like that. It might 1 mag. No, probably not 1 mag. It'll probably be like 1 and a bit. Still 1 and a bit. I think it's like around 2. Will this one tap Hulks now? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so. But we'll have to see. Autocannon got its damage increased. Nice. De-escalator got its base damage, and then durable damage increased. Nice. That's good to hear, because it felt like a limp noodle. It felt like an absolute limp noodle when we were firing it earlier. Missile Silo got its health increased. That's wonderful. Enemies will not attack it. I'm glad. They were considering that when it first came out, and I'm happy that they went with it. Increased demolition strength. Needed to destroy it. Let's go. Over to Rail Cannon Strike. Decreased the cooldown by 30 seconds. Fantastic. That's what we've been asking for. 180 is a very reasonable number. We'll see if that's enough or if it needs to go lower. Patriot Exosuit. Missile armor penetration in worse angles increased from 6640 to 6650. Basically, if you hit a bad angle, like it was too much of a glancing blow, it would lose a lot of armor pen and make it like obviously feel really bad. So they're just making it, better on those like weird angles. Like a Bile Titan's head, for instance, a lot of time you get a glancing blow and you were getting that pen 4 instead of pen 5. So that's cool. Rotary gun ammo capacity increased from 1500 to 1350. Nice. I still want to see the Patriot Exosuit, or just exosuits in general, be able to stomp bug holes. That's like my end game goal to convince the devs to add that. But solid, very solid. The goal is to make light and medium armor-piercing weapons equally effective against certain enemy types. Adjustable durable damage. Okay. Flush mobs. Target the faces, deals extra damage to its main health pool. Love to see that.
We are so back, Maple. You hands up.
Yeah, we are. We're so back. Thank you for the tier 1. 15 months, man. Welcome back. Effectively creating weak points. Nice. Happy to see that the faces are better now, because it was always a strategy to like go for the faces. It just didn't feel right because you had to basically kill all the faces, and even then it didn't really affect the TTK too much. So good change. They didn't go for the leg, it seems, but this is fine. Go for the eyes. Aim for the eyes. Main health pool is dropped to 5,000. Cool. Most health zones are slightly more durable. That's fair to compensate. Slightly less vulnerable to fire to balance health decrease. Yeah, I guess fire would have been absolutely insane versus them with the fire decrease. They probably were going to burn so fast. That's cool. Personally, I wasn't in the same mindset of like flesh mobs are the most annoying enemies in the world. I didn't mind them nearly as much as other people. I did want to see changes. I didn't think they were perfect, but I'm happy to see. I think this is the right direction. I was asking for the leg. I wanted the leg to be a weak spot, but this works. You know, leaning into the eyes. Elevated Overseers health has been decreased by a lot. Head health has increased. Why? Oh, it's because they decreased the armor. Okay, fair enough. So it'll take, 30% more damage from a medium pen weapon, So that's fair. Torso health has been decreased. Arm health has been decreased. Slightly increased how easy it is to be set on fire. Elevated Overseer is going to fall apart. Jesus. They are just going to fall over. Not a fan of these nerfs, honestly. No more Senator one-shots, I guess. What do you mean? For their head? No, you'll absolutely still one-shot it. With the Senator. Right? You should. You should still be able to one-shot it with the Senator. You should absolutely be able to one-shot it. Because remember, their head is now light pen also. But anyways. Leviathan now equipped with a beam-based weaponry. Fantastic. Leviathans will not show up in missions outside of cities. Mega cities. I think they mean mega cities. Fantastic. That's the way it should have been. All right. Terminids, rupture strain enemies, updated textures for all rupture strain enemies to now be more readable. Rupture warrior movement speed when underground has been decreased. Nice. I did feel like they were a little too fast. Need to surface more often when moving underground. Great. Burrowing attack is slightly slower and leaves more space to be dodged. Fantastic. That's what they need to do. Smaller damage boxes when attacking from below. Fantastic. Front legs have been decreased in armor. So their legs are light pen now, but their head will still be medium pen. I think that's a fair compromise. So they'll still be like armored to their head. That's fair. Go for their claws. We'll prefer to emerge before attacking turrets instead of destroying them from below ground. Oh my god, that's big. Retune the timing of how fast they start to attack when they unburrows for the spewer. Ball spewer variations increases size of the mouth of weak point. Oh, nice. So instead of like going from like medium to light, they just make the mouth, because the mouth was always a light spot or like no armor weak point, but it's just really hard to hit the mouth. That's really cool. That's interesting. I can't wait to try. Silly hard to set on fire for brood commanders. I'm assuming that's because they want other weapons to shine that are durable damage instead of like Cookout and Coyote just winning all the time. Probably. Silly hard to set on fire. Once again, that's probably, it's like a slight nerf to Cookout and Coyote. Slightly durable increase to their head and body. Interesting. It's kind of going against what they just did with like increasing a bunch of durable damage, but it's probably to compensate for they don't fall over. Spawn rate decreased on the Dragon Roach, 50% lower on 5 to 6, 40%, 33%. Okay. I feel like that wasn't really the problem, but fair enough. Destruction of the wings results in instant termination of the dragon. Wings now have their own health pool of 4,000 damage. Love that. increased how much damage winds take from explosions. Nice. So that means like flak autocannon will be fantastic. I'm assuming each wing has its own health pool though, so you'll probably want to focus one. Bile spewers, slightly harder to set on fire. Larger body parts are slightly more durable. I mean, they probably mean their butt. Hive Lord, improved performance during Hive Lord encounters. Okay. Base alarming automaton troopers in bases will require better visual confirmation before calling in reinforcements instead of calling them in immediately. Okay. Just making automatons better for stealth, I guess. This is more for like stealth gameplay, I would say. Slightly harder to be put on fire for Devastators. Fire was really OP for them, so I guess I'm not surprised. It was kind of another reason why the Coyote and Cookout were so insane. Large body parts are slightly more durable. Well, they mean slight. I wish they told us how much, but anyways. Removed ragdoll from the projectile explosion. Fantastic. Factory Strider, less vulnerable to fire. Nice. Shoots 2 fewer grenades per salvo. Great. Shoots grenades less often. Removed ragdoll effect. Yes. Yes. Added weak spots for the eyes and vents in the back. I only really wanted the vents because I actually like the in-universe idea, or my headcanon was that like the bots are getting smarter and they're designing robots that don't have a weak point on the eyes. But, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. I know a lot of people really wanted a weak point at the front, so they listened. Scout Striders, armored top shield is more durable. Okay. Fixed an issue where Helldivers were unable to call down stratagems. Nuke Nursery. Nice. Portable Hellbomb stratagem, calling on the roof for Destroy the Lung. That was annoying. Issue with the drill stratagem, sometimes landing unintended places. Can now stay down out and on sites with the hover pack. Bunch of crashing. I'm just going to leave that there. Weapons, penetration values, and stats menu. Oh, yeah. So all of the melee weapons were said to be light. They're actually medium. They were always medium. Wait. Or did they say the opposite? Wait. The armor oh, they're just saying they fixed the issue where it was saying it incorrectly. Okay. I'm like, wait, what? You changed it all to light? No. Improved initial bullet alignment when strafing and riding in vehicles. Move first-person camera further away from the silos targeting designated scope. Okay. Spear can now lock onto yeah, nice. Any other big ones? Haptic feedback for the flamethrower. Cool. Fixed a bug where Hive Lord body parts would not spawn properly. I don't think I ever saw that. Interesting. Just kind of seeing if there's any big ones here. Rupture will no longer display. It's still underground. They already mentioned that earlier. Fixed an issue where the front door of the gator would be inaccessible. I had that problem. Oh no. Fixed Helldiver going through the floor in the tutorial mission. Yikes. That's not a good one. Fixed a rare soft lock in the tutorial. Helldiver will now be killed when driving into drill holes during the Nuke Nursery mission. Weird. And a bunch of optimizations that they listed earlier. So I wonder how the game will feel. Crazy. File size a little smaller. It was 134. Now it used to be 150. That's cool. Yeah, what is it for me? I'm sure it'll continue to shrink over time though. Update. Oh no, sorry. It's install 137 for me. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. All right, you guys were like linking something earlier. What were you linking? I can't speak on hard locking as I didn't have it happen. The mission of FPS is better. Nice. All right, what's the first thing we test out? Because I'm assuming a lot of stuff has been tested out. I kind of want to go check out a Leviathan or just stare at a Leviathan. Where's everybody at on the Illuminate planets? 3 people. Dude, there's so many Illuminate planets active right now. Jesus. Brother. There's so many planets. Where is everybody on the Illuminates? Dude. This is an absolute maze of planets. Not many on the Squid front. Is there anyone on the Squid front? 344 people in total? Okay, I thought that was... Alright, well that is actually the main one. Alright. I need a mega city. Is there even a mega city active to go see them? I have to find a city. Oh my god, alright. That was a bit of a struggle. Crazy. Party will be open. Damn, that map looks small. All right. Damn, look at it. 154 seconds unmodified. That's awesome. I wanted to bring my Epoch. They didn't really do anything to red stratagems. Didn't really do anything there. What primary weapon will I bring? I kind of want to just like bring the base Liberator and just like see how it feels. And then as far as sidearms, I don't really care too much for the melee weapon changes. Nothing really got changed down there, so probably just the Redeemer, honestly. And then let's bring the Pineapple Grenade. Let's see how it feels. Dynamite when we do a bug mission, obviously. Slugger, we'll do the Slugger afterwards. Dynamite's pretty neat now. Yeah, I can see that. Clay had the game hard lock his PC already. Damn, Windows 11 users keep losing. F. Not good, dude. Not good. Actually, I shouldn't bring that backpack. Good morning, good morning. But that brings a great question. What is the limit you'd say a game is dead? Like how many players? I actually have no idea. Also, I just realized that my YouTube chat is showing the wrong channel. Gotta swap it. It's not showing up. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you, Craig W, with the super chat. By the way, appreciate it. Sorry, I'm streaming on the main channel today, and I forgot to swap over my notifications and chat. I probably shouldn't have. I probably should be on my alternate channel, but it is what it is. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate you. Optimization feeling? I'll tell you in a second. Well, that guy got owned. Look at that elevated overseer, dude. I can shoot him in the head. Oh my god, was that 4 bolts to the head? It's insane. So these guys will have still medium pen. One, two, three, four. I think it's four. I think it's 4 shots to the head. Game feels smoother. I'm getting very similar amounts of FPS, I'll be honest. But I'll be honest, I did not get many performance problems on my PC at all, honestly, other than the audio issue. So I don't think this update was really for me. My PC ran fine for the most part. I look forward to seeing like the super intense moments. I would drop down to like 80, 90 FPS. But everything right now seems around the same base FPS. Performance is dependent on the PC, and I also noticed that like some people had much worse performance problems than I did. Like I have a nice PC, and so I didn't really have issues. I'm also on Windows 10, and I think there's a lot of people that have issues are on Windows 11 more often than not. All right, let's go find a Leviathan. That's why we're here. Things getting better FPS. Nice. Like I said, I want to see it like when the game is like real, like a ton of enemies on screen, because I was sitting like 80, 90 FPS. If I'm staying in the hundreds when all that's happening, that'd be sick. You know, we'll have to see. The regular Liberator could not hurt flying overseers heads. Yeah, it used to be medium pen. So flying overseers now have light pen heads, which is a huge change. But in general, they're just weaker. I wouldn't recommend shooting their heads, honestly, unless you have like pretty damn good aim. I'd probably just say go for their chests, because they also took down their chests. Are Leviathans actually spawning?
Hey bro, how do you scope in with AMR?
I don't know what my push to talk button is. I have no idea what it is. I haven't played this game in so long. I don't remember what it is. Its middle mouse button is by default. Will the pineapple destroy Teslas? It should now, definitely. It has 30 durable. I'm just hoping to find a Leviathan. There's one. Shoot your lasers at me. Two regular shots now to kill one of those guys. Ooh. AMR does indeed one-shot Hulks now. That's insane. Power creep. Holy fuck. This is literally the 60-day update 2.0 as far as, like, power of Helldivers. That's insane. Wait, where'd that... Did he fly away? There he is. So what I'm expecting is all 4 of his frontal... Yes. That's exactly what I wanted. Yes. Oh, that's so much better. That's so much better. Good morning, rival. Oh, that's so much better. Oh my god, that's so much better. That's so fucking cool. I'd love it. So much better. You know, and then now that they only spawn on mega cities, it means that you can actually, like, you know, put yourself, you know, between cover, hiding more often. There's way more visual or vertical cover for you. Oh, that's so good. That's such a good change. Damn, those lasers fuck up that. Oh my god. Well, that's a strategy. Very good for killing that. Oh my god. Elevated Overseers just melt. Melt now. Like, you could easily just spray at them. Oh. Did they look bigger? No, I just haven't played in a while. Alright, Pineapple, show me what you got. Alright. Definitely more of a spectacle. Still not in love with them. But I think the main purpose of them is you're gonna have to find like a very large group of enemies. Wow, they give you lots of leeway on that. So shooting eyes is a lot better now.
Shiny now?
They definitely feel a lot squishier. I wonder if I could one tap them with an epoch. The epoch should be a lot easier now to shoot. It seems like when you see the barrel glow at the end, it's ready. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. One can argue they over-nerfed the Illuminates. At the moment, yeah. I would guess that we're probably going to see, you know, factions of Illuminate going forward. So we got to wait and see how Illuminate feel when we get more of them. You only got 3 pineapples? There was only ever 3. Which is another reason why I was never a huge fan of them. I believe I was mostly just using the pineapples in the wrong situation. I kind of need to find a situation where... Oh my god, they are so weak now. We kind of need to find a situation where there's just a lot of enemies in front of me that, you know, you can, like, get the spread going. As expected, it does one-tap him. That's a regular shot of the epoch one-taps them. Now, I don't think you really need to, because they just feel so weak you can just use anything, but... Pineapple should destroy that. Yep, no problem. Wonderful. So far, Thick's feeling all the weapons that got Dragon Crease is, like, overall nerfed. Currently doing like Rubberman, and he says it feels worse than before. Rubberman already had crazy drag, so that's actually kind of scary. Because I guess that kind of makes sense though for the Rubberman, because it actually already was a very drag heavy weapon. Like it was one of the weapons in the game that like that and the Slugger were like the only 2 weapons that you could really see that kind of like really had drag. Anyways, I don't think there's anyone else we need to kill here. SMGs not be good for bots anymore, but should slap on bugs. I mean, you weren't really using SMGs on bots to begin with, really. I mean, you could force them to work, but they weren't like a good option. All right. Let's go do Rupture. Is Rupture nearby? Or is Rupture out yet? Do we have a Rupture planet? Environmental. Heavy Gloom Shroud. I haven't seen this yet. Oh, God. Is there rupture anywhere, chat? Does anyone know? Test the warrant to see if there's any noticeable change with the bullets. They will feel more like lasers rather than projectiles, basically, is the way to look at it. New patch is live, yeah. Chat, is Rupture Strain anywhere?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Evil Eye Monster with the tier 1, 8 months. Thanks, dog. Appreciate you. No one? No one knows? Alright. I'm assuming they're not active. Alright, let's go to just a random bot planet. Someone was saying there's a fortress now on bot planets? Istanu has Rupture Strain, apparently. You remember to clear shaders before launching? No, but I never had shader issues. Once again, my game was not having any problems. I had, like, the audio bug, but as long as I didn't play bot missions, I didn't get the audio bug. So, I did not have to do that. Istanu's burst. Gotcha. Yeah, there are fortresses now, so they changed the spawn behavior in megacities. Sick. That's cool. You'll love to see it. Let's bring the AMR. This time we'll bring... I'm actually just curious to see how the Reprimand feels. And then we'll bring... I don't really need to bring the Warrant. I kind of just want to see how the drag feels on a bunch of different weapons. Dynamite. Hear the reverb sound when you step into the pod. Oh, did they fix that? That like crazy reverb that the pod used to have? I'll be honest, I don't know if I heard it right there. Was it there? Because it used to be extremely loud reverb when you first get into the pod. But I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention right there. Just because of the engine clearing shaders between patches can help. I know, Zombie. I'm guessing you have never been on my stream before. I'm assuming this is your first time coming to my stream playing Helldivers. We have a meme in my channel that I say the line, hey, make sure to clear your shader cache every 30 minutes on average. Welcome to the channel, by the way. You must be new. Isn't there a command? There is, yeah. Is drag bullet drop or ergonomics? Bullet, it should be both. Bullet drop and bullet velocity. Bullet velocity affects bullet drop. Haven't been the last for it? Yeah. I talk about shader cache all the fucking time. Honestly, it doesn't look as different as I thought it would. Bullet velocity was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Has anyone faces shader issue yet? Currently no. I will say my max FPS looks about 10 higher. We're touching into like the 130s, whereas before I would usually sit around 120 something. What does deleting, not deleting shader cache do? It could create issues in your game, like crashing or like things like literally just causing performance issues. Right, like bad FPS anytime you actually render that shader in. It's a myriad of things. It's like the #1 thing since the game has come out that like the support side of Helldivers says. Didn't change the ergonomics at all. It's the same. What's this, Evil? I'm looking for a Hulk. I want to one-tap him. What says you feel worse if you're not at 40 meters? was grading CQB, which makes sense. The 3-tap. Oof. AMR 1-taps Hawks. I know. That's why I'm gonna go shoot one. I was a worse try there. Damn it. Shouldn't have done that. Plays loud face reverb the second in the devs because it's a loud reverb that you can send that to the... Well, I mean, it's been like that for like over a year, Evil Eye. I don't know if you realized that, but it's been like that forever. Like, I can't remember a time when it wasn't like that. That's not new. Four tap to the back of that. 3-tap for a turret. Not for me, it hasn't, not this bad. It's always been like that for me. I believe it has something to do with my audio settings, I guess. AMR seems easy. Well, nothing I've done so far is different than what I used to do. I think it's one less shot for some of these things. Turret didn't ragdoll you? Yeah, they removed the turret ragdoll, which is fantastic. I think all of them are removed. So even like that cannon too. That's why it's not shooting. I don't know why it's not shooting at me. It won't shoot at me. It's fine. I'm hoping to find a War Strider because I want to see the weak point. No more cringe shirts. Yeah, I'm so happy they actually properly changed it. It said direct hit Spragdoll. So that one doesn't. That one still will. Yeah, okay. So you still will Ragdoll. It's just not indirect shots. Fair enough. But also, because of the Ragdoll changes they've made over time, it's probably okay. You know, you recover fast enough that it should be fine. Oh, there's a Hulk right there. I see him. Test dynamite on the outside of Frabs? That's a good question. I do want to test that. Probably landed close enough. Oh. Dynamite. Oh. I love it. Oh my god, that's so OP. Jesus. Even like ragdolls. I see the ragdolling on them is better now, which is good.
Oops.
AMR is so bad. I mean, to be fair, I don't think the AMR ever went anywhere. The AMR was always good. That was just kind of insane. I think I died to the barbed wire. That's so unfortunate. Can you kill normal fabricators with the autocannon or anti-material rifle, but not shooting the event? No, not a pen. Have they been cooking? They cooked. Because I've always used the recoils for that. Okay, gotcha. Alright. That's your shit. Where's my stuff? Curious about this one. It's unfortunate now I won't have eyes. One shot? Yeah, one shot him. Damn, Dynamite. Dynamite is now Dynamite. Streaming on YouTube? I am streaming on YouTube, yeah. We're on the main channel today, not the off channel. I don't know. Today felt big enough or important enough that I'll stream on the main channel. How's the patch? Good. Very good. There's a couple things that I'm like the Halo SMG not receiving the same, you know, damage characteristics or even slightly better than the Knight. I don't agree with that one. I feel like that is a bit weird, but what did Dynamite do? It one-shot the Hulk, if you didn't see. Oh, one-shot these guys? Probably not. Probably would require 2. Did the Halo AR get some love? It did get a little love, yeah. I think it got, what, 10 more damage? Oh, can it actually just not? It's a bit surprising. That's a bit surprising. It should be able to do that, because you can actually kill it with thermites. We need new tier lists? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have to do new ones. We're gonna have to do new ones. Alright. I need a War Strider. I need to find a War Strider. Where do I find one? Unfortunately, that's a dead War Strider. I'll be honest, so far on this bot planet, I have not noticed the reprimand feeling worse than it did before. But also, it's like, it's a CQB kind of planet. Like, you know, my average engagement distance is going to be within, like, optimal range. The round definitely does appear to be slower at times. Hard lock's still an issue. Sham said it on Discord. Gotcha. I never had it before, and I still don't get it, but fair enough. Do they still plan on reporting performance patch this before they resume content updates? I would assume they're going to probably try and do both going forward, but we'll see. Because they said several times that obviously their goal is to do both at the same time, but they just focus too much on, like, I guess adding stuff for too many, like, months in a row, and they fell behind on tech debt. Hopefully this reinvigorates that, like, you know, importance of both, right? How's your patch? Good. Good. Shem said on Discord they're doing only performance patches. They're still doing only performance patches. Gotcha. Did they give any kind of timeline on that, Rival? They say anything like, because, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm totally fine with that. But, you know, I don't want to see the game putter to a complete halt on content. For too long. Pumped for the new content. New to the game. Just want people to feel the hype again. Yeah. People have been not feeling great about the game for a while now. Can you check the HT2 Leaks channel on Discord? It might interest you. I'll check later. I personally don't want to be spoiled. Did they fix the POI icon not updating inside cities? Good question. If I find an icon, I will try and... No hard timeline, though? Gotcha. Shamily said in Hardlock, is they're looking into it? Gotcha. I believe the Hardlock is more associated with Windows 11. I could be completely wrong on that, but I've never actually had a hard lockup situation other than when Control Group first came out and the audio bug was really bad. But I've actually never suffered from the audio bug. I don't know. The rubber band doesn't feel that bad to me. Like, it doesn't feel different. Where was Thick, like, testing it to make it feel different? Like, was... Like, I guess I never used the... God damn it, that is insane. Sorry, that... Just every time that happens, man, I'm like, oh my god. Can I one-tap their leg? Oh, I thought I could... Imagine I could one-tap their leg. That would be insane. I guess that's why they increased the leg. I wonder if that's why they increased the leg part of the automaton.
Watch Rider, watch Rider.
You got one? Alright. Got it.
I picked.
What do you guys want me to test next after this game, chat? I started to consider all the changes new content. That's fair. That's a fair statement. Does the Warfinder feel easier? I'll be honest, I've only fought one and it died pretty much immediately. Epoch, we already used the Epoch in the last game. It felt very good versus Illuminate. Even easier to get the timing down, so definitely give it another try if you were feeling it was too annoying. Rupture bugs are not back, apparently. Not yet, at least. I do want to test them, though. SMG versus bugs? Down. Alright, so apparently this is... His behind is a weak point. Why is there so much shit? Laser cannons? Hey, stop it. Stop it! He's turning away. Dynamite! Alright, well, we'll do this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa! Only 4 shots? That's insane. Not bad, not bad. New AMR, 4-shotting them. How's the Punisher change? Excites me? Yeah, we have to test that one as well. Alright, ooh, we got one here.
There's one more.
Oh, he might get hit by the 120, though. I guess it's over. I don't understand why Water Striders had to be nerfed. They were annoying as fuck, dude. Especially on harder difficulties when they, like, throw 10 at you. They were annoying as hell. And, they didn't actually have a weak point properly, which was, very weird. I missed one. Oh my god, stop hitting me as I shoot! Is that the weak point, or... Are they, I guess maybe that might not be the eye that they might be referring to. They might actually be referring to more this one. Not sure. I kind of split it. I wonder if both eyes count as a weak point or just the one. I mean, you weren't able to pen it before. I think it was pen 5. We need another one. We need another one. Personally like them. I don't mind the change, making them more fun for everybody else. The people who had fun against them typically were people who brought anti-tank only loadouts. So like recoilless and other anti-tank. The thing is that anyone who didn't bring anti-tank and had to deal with like 2 or 3 at a time, it just wasn't fun to get ragdoll spammed by them. Because they could do this a really annoying loop of shoot their laser cannons, you get ragdolled. And as you're getting ragdolled by the laser cannons, they shoot the grenade. And then that ragdolls you. And then as you're getting up from the grenades, the laser cannons are ragdolling you. So it was just obnoxious. War Striders were fine from the perspective of if you were someone who, let's say, always brought like the recoilless. If you were a recoilless main, you're probably sitting there like, what the hell is the rest of the game talking about? But the thing is that Helldivers is a game of using, you know, many tools in a sandbox environment. So when there's only like one proper strategy for taking out like many at a time, it didn't feel very good. Obviously, you could kill them with an AMR or a heavy machine gun or an autocannon, but it was tedious, and there was no proper weak point to allow those weapons, even with accuracy, to feel good. Now, you can go for like weak points on the eyes or flanking it. I always thought it was super weird that they at least didn't have a weak point on the back. That was weird to me, especially since it literally had a radiator, but it wasn't a normal radiator like every other automaton unit. Personally, I was like, I had my own headcanon of automaton eyes not being a weak point on a newer automaton unit. It's the automatons learning that they should, like, you know, prioritize armor behind the eyes. But yeah, I understand why people were like, nah, it just doesn't make sense because the rest of the game is this way, right? And, you know, fair enough. Fair enough.
Behind you.
One, two, three, four. 4 to the eye, man. I like that. TS8 are good. We're still have to try that. God. Okay, I feel like that was a little overdone. Poor Hulks, man. That was... Ooh. Poor Hulks. That's all I'm gonna say.
We're up there 2 shots, Hulk.
Liberated Custom is the highest durable damage AR now, by the way. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Really slow shot. Wonder how it'll feel. In a game where, like, finding the weak spot is a huge gameplay component, having an enemy with 0 unique... Yeah. The legs were technically, or the crotch was technically a weak point, but it was like a weaker point would be a better way to describe it. So AMR one-taps Hulks now. Yeah. It's pretty nuts. Did fire change a lot, a response to the AR, I guess? So they said in a couple different places that it's slightly harder to light an enemy on fire. And I believe that is in response of just fire damage being kind of insane. AMR deserved that. Well, I don't completely agree because I already thought the AMR was really good. Like in my tier list for AMR, it was already extremely good if you had good aim. This now catapults it even way higher into S tier. I don't think they had to go this far. I think all you really had to do with the AMR is probably make it a little bit easier to use, like ergonomic wise. But that is what it is. Now at one taps, it's kind of insane. Does the autocannon also one tap a Hulk now? It was in a really strange place compared to other things. I don't think it was that strange. It was really fucking good. Especially if we brought the supply backpack. It does one tap it? Yeah, that's what I thought. When I saw the damage increase, I was like, wow. These guys are crazy. Alright, we'll probably just go into a quick play with randoms. Well, don't worry. We'll rotate through all the factions back to back to back. We got lots of things to test and experience, guys. AMR one taps Hulks, yeah. Strider has 1 or 2 eyes. I don't know if the top eye counts as a weak pot or not. I'm not sure. It might also be a 4 tap to that eye. So, Plasma Punisher with... Take like a grenade pistol, I guess. We'll take dynamite, because I still want to throw a dynamite in a Ball Titan hole. And then let's try the de-escalator. We'll just spam it a lot. Very curious about this loadout. AMR should be on par with AC on bots. Yeah, with the buffs to the autocannon, I would assume it's still... They're both like S tier. It was not very anti-material, that bugged me. I don't know about that. The anti-material rifle was very anti-material. It's not an anti-tank rifle. People confuse anti-material rifle with anti-tank rifle too often. Anti-material rifle is like light armor pen and stuff like that in the real world, right? You're not using it versus a tank. You're using it versus like, you know, light armored vehicles and stuff like that. So it two-tapping a Hulk was very much on par. Don't worry about me, bud. I'm running around. The escalator still feels a bit underwhelming. Status effects seems a lot more reliable, but I haven't used fire yet. Definitely feels better though. You can notice that damage increase. It's way more reliable. Didn't one tap. I did not one tap. You should be weak enough to finish him up there, though. What is happening in this game? Oh my god, they're almost failing. I came in the nick of time, apparently. Not surprising to see that. I wonder if I can... I need to get it, like, below his butt. Which is the trouble. Urchin now staggers Ball Titans. It's been doing that for a while now. A month or so. AMR is 50 cal. I didn't mean light pen like that. I meant like light anti-tank or light armor. Not like light in the context of this game. I'm talking about like, you know, you would use it against maybe like a Humvee. Or something like that in real life. Or to disable a car. Or to go through a wall or something along those lines, right? You know? I'm using it in the context of like real life. That's what an anti-material rifle kind of is, right? But I think people hear that and they're like, well, it should be anti-any material. But it's like, no, dude, it's like you wouldn't use an anti-material rifle versus like a tank. Maybe the flank of a tank, right? On the radiator, the exposed rear, right? Like we do in this game. All your teammates are dead? Oh, I can see that. Man, Purifier feels very good against these lighter units. Why I say Purifier. 3 taps, Viewer, 1 taps those. I think a Brood Commander is like 3 taps. 4? 4, unfortunately. Still feels a little bit like it's just bullying enemies rather than killing them. But feels a lot better. Feels a lot better. We will have to do all new tier lists, chat. The Plasma Shock didn't get an upgrade too? Yep. Went from 150 to 225 damage. How many shots for a ball titan? Unfortunately, I'm aiming too low. I was hitting the body. Not the, the head. But I doubt it will be very fast. Oh, R-Type, I feel the same way as you do right now. Unfortunately, I planned for today to be my day off because Arrowhead seemed pretty convinced that the patch would come out on Friday or on the weekend, right? And when I saw that, I was like, okay, I'll take today off and I'll get rest and recharge because next week we have Arc Raiders and I plan to go very hard into that game, you know? So, is he still stuck? He is. Yeah, that's why I was like late to start stream today. It was my day off. So I'm definitely kicking myself a little bit because this is the first time I've ever missed a patch, like at release. I've been here for literally every single patch this game has ever had, except for the time they flew me out to Stockholm. So definitely a bit mad at myself there. Was Punishers needed for such a long time? Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that the escalator is definitely usable now, but I think it still needs more oomph, personally. It does not feel like the middle point that I was hoping for. When we first got the de-escalator, obviously it was bugged and it was doing like 4x damage because of multiplayer, right? What I was hoping is they would find a midpoint between solo and 4-player. I don't think they found that midpoint yet. It still feels underwhelming per individual shot. Like I would still rather use the regular GL. Feels middling. But if they don't want to touch the damage anymore, I'd probably just recommend at that point maybe speed up the animation, you know, a little bit faster reload speed. Love the chain more. Maybe. That would also be a slight debuff though, just because it would affect how often you die to it and your teammates die to it. Did the regular GL get buffed? No. I don't understand why they decided to fix that after so long. Decided to fix what? The de-escalator? I mean, they fixed that like a month and a half ago. And it wasn't that long. It was only a couple months. When they did fix it. And they had to fix it because it was affecting status effects in general, right? It was a status effect change, not a de-escalator change. How's the stability? Well, remember, my stability for the game was always really good, so I'm probably not a good person to ask for that. I didn't really have problems outside of the audio bug as far as stability. My FPS is higher. It seems on average around 10 FPS. In extreme situations, like it seems to be on, like in general, extreme situation or, you know, more chill, 10 FPS. So more or less a 10% FPS boost. Stability wise, as far as mine is. That's what it seems. The differences between 1 and 4 players. I thought the bug has been around since basically the start of the game. For the status effects, they didn't realize it was a thing. It's similar to other bugs in the past where they didn't realize it was happening. We as players didn't realize it was happening either. The de-escalator just showed a problem that was happening. Basically, what's the status effect changes? So status effects for a long time, if you were playing in multiplayer, they applied 4 times instead of 1 time if you played solo. They fixed that about a month and a half ago, but that made status effects feel really bad at times. Like it wasn't applying fast enough, and at times they just didn't apply at all. Right? Right? Does HG2 still brick PCs? I haven't had that issue, so I'm not someone to answer that. I never had that issue. I can't answer that for you. Some people are reporting lockups when they play this game. I want to say maybe it has something to do with Windows 11, but I don't know. Yeah, I've never had it happen on my PC. But I don't know if you also, like, do you say that a lockup is a bricking of your PC? I don't know. It's not HG2's fault. I think to some extent it might be, but I think it's a correlation situation where, like, you know, many instances stacking upon each other. You posted BF6 tier list? No, it's not done yet. I still need to level up more weapons. And I will probably be slower to do that tier list because this update just dropped. So I'll be focusing on HG2. I thought they didn't realize that they could just leave it alone since they bounced around the bug for a year. That's a fair point, Octavius, but they obviously didn't want to do that, right? Because it has ramifications in the future, and it affects solo play versus multiplayer, right? Like it's a dumb bug that they should fix, and I'm glad they did. But obviously, when they fixed it originally, there were some problems with their fix because, you know, status effects just weren't applying properly, and you know, a myriad of other things. But as far as I can see right now, it seems fine. Have you tried the Pummeler? No, I have not. We're Passive Punisher this game. We have tried the Reprimand. I didn't notice the Reprimand feeling worse. Some people have reported that the Reprimand feels worse now. I haven't noticed that. Maybe if you're using the Reprimand at like AR distances, but I don't know. I was using it at around like, I'd say 40, 50 meters, and it seemed fine. I don't know. How's the escalator performing? It's better, but I'm still disappointed with it. If they wanted to keep this damage in CC, I think they should probably affect it some other way. Maybe a faster reload speed, or just slight damage bonus more. It still feels underwhelming. But it's like small frame drops. How's the performance of the update? On average, about 10% more FPS. Thank you so much for the tier 1 8 months. Welcome back. How's Plasma Punisher feeling? Good. Against weaker enemies, it's one-tapping them like hunters and stuff. Brood Commanders, it still feels like you're just kind of like pushing them around rather than killing them. You know, on average, you know, you're 1 to 2 tapping like Guardians and Warriors and stuff like that. Like Hunters are 1-tapped. Scavengers, obviously, you're 1-tapping them. You know, when you get up to like the Warrior Hive Guardian side, you're 2-tapping. Brood Commanders were 4. Ball Spears were 3. Just for some context. That's the right direction. Yeah. Interesting that his head didn't destroy there. Weird. Fix the file size. I'll be very happy. They're working on it. They just need to figure out how to do it without screwing over people that play on hard drives. It's not an easy fix for them. But I've dropped a few frames in this stream of the last hour or so it might be that. Nice. Happy to see the Scorcher can now shoot through bushes now. It's a plasma weapon issue in general, not just a Scorcher. So I wonder if it affects other weapons too. Because plasma weapons in general, if you shot through bushes, the projectiles slow down. It was purifiers as well. Why don't HDD users just buy an SSD? That's kind of like saying, why doesn't a homeless person just buy a house? Helldivers is a very international game. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. The game is very cheap to play, and it's very international, right? There's a lot of people out there that are still on hard drives, right? So if all you do is like design your game around, SSDs now, it does screw over a lot of people that have hard drives. Now, obviously, you would hope that a lot of people would upgrade to SSDs. Like, it's 2025, but you can't expect everybody, especially when the minimum specs was already hard drives. And if you do that, you're just like, well, screw hard drive users. It affects you as a player, because anytime you run into a player that has a hard drive, it slows down your loading as well. Because the mission starts when everybody loads. You try to Pocket? Yeah, it feels a lot better. Much easier to get the timing down, I think. Does performance become better? Yeah. So, it's easy to just say, well, just buy a house, just buy an SSD. But, there are lots of people that, are in places of the world where, potentially buying an SSD is a lot more expensive than you realize. Like, one of my viewers, when we were having the discussion, told me that if he wanted to buy an SSD for his computer, it would be like several weeks' pay, like, accumulating, right? Even if he buys a cheap SSD, right? So, like, prices are not relative across the planet. They change. So, like, picking up, like, Helldivers is really cheap and continue to play Helldivers, but, like, that's a game that you can play for multiple years. But that SSD would be a big investment for them, right? But the hope is, like, obviously down the line that they still do it. But right now what they're doing is they're just like, they're trying to figure out how to decrease the file size while not screwing over HDD players. And then also, hopefully down the line, they can just separate the game. There's like 2 installs. Some games do this, right? They have an SSD install and they have an HDD install, right? So, but that'll take time, right, for them to do that. But regardless, they're aware of it. They're working on it. So we'll just see what they do. They've already decreased it a little bit with this patch, apparently. I don't know what the patch size was originally. I think it was like 150 gigabytes. I'm down to 137. So it has decreased a little bit with this patch, which is cool. Happy to hear that. What are the circumstances where GameGuard supposedly hard locks Windows 11 systems? Luna? Did you hear that? Luna? Luna? Luna, what's wrong? Luna or that bear? Bear? One second. I have a cat that is crying. 145 before? Gotcha. So it went down 10 gig? That's nice. One second. Luna? Bear? What cat is that? Who's crying? Bear? Why are you crying? Why are you crying like something happened? I found the culprit. It's a rare bear. Oh, God. Bear is not as chill as Luna. Hi, Bear. Jesus. A rare bear. Hi, Bear. Yeah, let's see if I can get the camera on him. A rare bear. You have 2 cats? Yeah, bear is just very... It's odd to see him, in a way. A rare bear sighting. Okay, sorry. Issue, damn, it's been a while. Yo, what up, Pula? I think we'll probably do a video today. Probably like a reaction video kind of thing before the weekend and before you go out on your thing. I wasn't expecting the update today, so that's why I'm like a bit flustered on that one. Sorry, what was I answering? Oh yeah, the hard locks on Windows 11. I never had any issues with hard locks. It does seem to be Windows 11 users have issues with HE2. It is possible there's some amount of correlation equals causation with our discussion on Windows 11. Windows 11 has a lot of issues in general, and it occasionally does with games. It does seem like a lot of players that are playing HE2 have more issues with HE2 than other games. So that's something that, you know, hopefully they can, you know, figure out what the hell's going on there. As a Windows 10 user, the only issue I ever had in HE2 in the last like month or two was just the audio bug, right? That would permeate and just get worse and worse and worse, right? But as long as I didn't play bots, I just haven't had any issues. So yeah. Apparently the hard locks or lockups are still happening for Windows 11 users, and they are working on it and trying to address it. But yeah. Windows 11 had any issues, but I haven't played in like the last month, so it might be new. It does seem like it's newer. I'm not sure if it's like a newer Windows 11 update or yeah. So yeah, it seems like basically like a couple content creators, and it seems like they are on Windows 11, have had issues playing the game recently. You know, Odo and Clay in particular. But yeah, I'm not sure. What about you guys, chat? Have you guys had issues? Are there any Windows 11 users out there that have also had a lot of hard locks and, you know, bricking of your PC? Or is this, you know, more isolated? Because I never know with these kind of issues, because it's like, it's hard to tell if it's, you know, a vocal minority or if it's much larger when it comes to the internet problems with games. Is it just word of mouth, or is it actually something that people are seeing? Where are they saying they're working on the Windows 11 issue? Shams even just today has said that they're looking at the hard lock or lockup issues still. Comp fully restarting or fully freezing at the restart. Drumish, you're on Windows 11, I assume. My PC bricks Windows 11 HE2. Now it's spilled over to other stuff. Was watching stream on Discord and PC started freezing. Now is that just Windows 11 or is that HE2 at that point? On console, only hard lock is PC lobby. Yeah. BL4 update. Dude, you were asking about the wrong game. Dun, dun, dun. I had 2 to 3 hard locks on the 16th of this month. I uninstalled it until today and it runs smoothly. Nice. Happy to hear that. My CPU has been running hotter than usual since the issue started as well. I hope it isn't permanently damaged. I doubt that would ever, like, that doesn't happen. Mid gaming performance HE2 is these days. Been on Windows 11 for more than a year. That doesn't help any problems. Great. Okay. At this point, I have no idea. A new power supply because I'm afraid it'll fry other stuff. Weird. I wonder if the Windows 11 issue is certain hardware configs. It could be. That's the thing with PC gaming, is that it's easy to say when I do this, this happens, so thus it must be this. But that's correlation. But correlation does not equal causation, right? It can be a much larger issue at play. We're just seeing the ramification of it, right? So it could be HT2, but it could also just be Windows 11 drivers. It could be a mixture of certain hardware. It could be a certain like program. It's hard to say. But, you know, it'll take testing from the community and the developer to figure out like what exactly is going on. If it is in fact HT2, they are at least looking into it. So hopefully they can fix it soon. But if you're on Windows 11, I'd maybe not play yet, because it seems like people on Windows 11 are still having issues. But I have had a couple of people already say that they're on Windows 11 and they haven't had any issues today. So don't know. Is performance actually better? I've been noticing about a 10% performance increase. Here I am on Windows 10 and no issues whatsoever. I can't play this game. It's just black screen, hard crash my computer. I would try reinstalling your game or deleting your shader cache. That's very odd. If you can't even get into the game. Make sure you have no mods installed. Some people forget that they have mods installed, or they don't properly uninstall them or deactivate them, and it causes issues. That's what it's working for me, Vinny. I was already getting a lot of FPS, a lot more than 60. So it might help more on the lower end of the scale rather than me, right? So keep that in mind. I'm getting 10% better FPS, right? It might be different for you. You might be getting more, right? Delete your shader cache, Rocky, and make sure you don't have any mods installed. I doubt you were using the Peacemaker at long enough ranges, Michael, to actually matter. Like, the drag will only really affect weapons out of like 40 or 50 meters. I feel like most weapons that got a drag increase, you won't notice the difference. Are mods even allowed on HT2? They are. Just make sure they're cosmetic. I would definitely avoid, you know, using like ones that actually change files of the game and gameplay. I'm worried about the variable. The variable wasn't changed. I didn't see it in the patch notes. The drag increase was only for certain weapons. You can read it in the patch notes. It's mostly for SMGs or like small projectiles. I forgot to change my primary. I think volatiles are louder, by the way. It wasn't in the patch, but I saw that they were discussing changing things like that. I think volatiles are louder. They share ammo. If they change the ammo, it may carry over. It may. But just like with the Stalwart having to get its damage changed, right? They might have decoupled it. Chargers make sound now. I gotta go find one and walk them away. They didn't nerf the Coyote. Democracy prevails. They kind of affected fire weapons, though, or like the fire status effect. So it will indirectly affect the Coyote a little bit. Basically made it a little bit harder for some enemies to be lit on fire. Probably like one extra bullet, maybe something like that. Can we add a text overlay or something on screen to let people easily know with your loadout? There's no way for me to do that without completely hindering the stream. Because I'm constantly changing my loadout every like 20 minutes. I would I would basically have to pay someone to do it for me because there's no way I'm going to update it on the fly, Pula. It would be really nice if this game had like an API reader. What is drag? Drag is the effect on bullets as it flies through. It's like the friction on the air as the bullet flies. So it'll affect bullet drop and it'll affect muzzle velocity. Right? So as the round flies through the air, it will slow down faster. Right? It will drop faster and harder. And it will also fly slower. Faster. Right? Won't affect it immediately. I like the Plasma Punisher. Feels a lot better. That sucks. Because the suggestions devs. Yeah, I mean, if they ever added it, that'd be sick. I'm still quite sad that the Patriot Exosuit didn't get a rocket damage increase. Borderlands 3 Social Extension? Exactly. Destiny also has one. It's a fantastic ad. It's such a good ad. Because something I get asked all the time is, hey, what weapon are you using? What stratagem is that? What's this? What's that? So, how's performance for you? I'm noticing about a 10% or give or take improvement in extremely busy places, maybe a bit more, but about 10 FPS. Fortunately, I started that one over there, but all good. Have they fixed the audio issues? I haven't noticed any audio issues, but I only did one mission on bots. Previous to this patch, I only had issues on bots on certain planets. More likely on megacities. On bugs and Illuminate, I never had the audio issues for like the last month or so. I really want to find a charger. I want to see if they're louder. I think they made the audio on the footsteps louder. They just didn't put it in the patch notes. Oh my god, I didn't even realize it was a charger, dude. He's so loud. You guys heard him, right? That was like 20 meters and I heard him. He's just like walking and I heard him. Thanks for the answer, no worries. That seems to be more of a Windows 11 issue. At the moment. I'm a Windows 10. No issues with the hard lock. Hard locking seems to be isolated to Windows 11. Something about HE2 or something about Windows 11 is not doing well. How's the patch? Good. I'd say overall, like, extremely good. A couple interesting decisions that I feel were kind of a missed opportunity, like the Halo SMG did not receive as much love as it probably required. Same with the SOCOM pistol. Does Arrowhead fix that or Microsoft? Both? Arrowhead? I don't know. I have no idea what the problem would be. So I have no idea. 1,300 rounds, baby. Oh, thank you, Gatling Sentry. I was in it for about 10 seconds. Wonderful. The Plasma Punisher, being able to one-tap hunters, though. Chef's kiss. Oh. Feels very good against the Burster strain. I still need to go find a Mega Nest. I wonder if he's at the Mega Nest right now. I want to use my dynamite on it. Nice! It one-tapped its butt. That's awesome. So I think in a situation like this, I think you're still going to have a hard time hearing a charger. And I think that's fair. I don't know about you guys, but I think that's fair when like all hell is breaking loose, loud explosions everywhere. I'm probably not going to be able to hear a charger running up behind me. But in situations where it's quieter, or at least a middling amount of loudness, I think you'll probably be able to hear a charger pretty easily now. As far as like soundscape goes, you really wouldn't... What the hell happened to my chest? You really wouldn't expect a charger's footsteps to be louder than an explosion, right? I think they buffed all weapons. I still don't max out like plasma or reprimand. Like which one you should go for? Pulse Punisher's feeling really good against bugs. I'm assuming it'll be quite nice versus Devastators as well. How's it feel? Good. Wonder about de-escalator now. We used it last game. I feel like it still needs some more. You know? If they don't want to touch the damage anymore and they're happy with the damage, maybe just increasing the reload animation, you know? It feels like it needs a bit more. Originally, I wanted it to lie somewhere in the middle, you know, of a... the multiplayer and the single player when it originally came out. It still doesn't quite feel like that, like quite middle ground. Especially with all of its like competitors around it. You know, feeling so good and honestly even getting better in many respects. Does the Eagle need any work? No. Eagles are really good. Like literally every single eagle in the game feels great. Still disappointed that they did not add more damage to the rocket. I'd slightly buff 110s. I think 110s are perfectly fine. I think people just kind of have a hard-on hating on them. A lot of people just expect them to one-shot things, and they're not supposed to one-shot things. That's what the orbital rail cannon's for. But they actually do surprisingly one-shot chargers pretty often. So is this game fixed? Not entirely. People are still reporting a lot of Windows 11 issues. They fixed the Adreno defibrillator armor sound bug. They fixed that about a month ago. So if you're on Windows 11, maybe, you know, test the waters, but not sure. Do, 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 do. Join the Linux gang? Hell no. I'm just gonna stay on Windows 10. So like in a situation like this, I would probably get around like, you know, 80 FPS. Now I'm sitting around more 90 or so. So I can definitely see the improvements that have been made. Ted Slugger, we're going to do it next game. I forgot to swap weapons, honestly, this game. I hope so, Chop. I hope so. Use pineapple. I used it once on Illuminate. I was not still impressed, honestly. But I'd like to use it against like a horde of like bugs. Maybe it'll impress me. Miss Tofu! How was your trip? Welcome back. That's insane, Miss Tofu. That's crazy. What's your favorite buff so far? Probably Epoch. Is the Epoch delayed explosion change until you explode, or the projectile's explosion midair? I believe it's until you explode. Is how it works. The buff description, pineapple is now like the airburst rocket launcher shot. I mean, it already did function like that with shrapnel. Like, the Epoch feels a lot more usable now. A lot easier to get the timing down. You don't have to be, you know, a streamer or someone who plays a lot to be able to like get the timing down. I think it's a lot easier to do. As I just answered 10 seconds ago, my favorite buff I would probably say is the Epoch. Good changes. I like that the regular rounds are actually like enough to like one shot a, you know, an overseer, two shot like, you know, an overseer ship. It feels a lot better. It feels really nice. And then being able to destroy Bughole with the charged shot, fantastic. The Dynamite is also an honorable mention. Very happy with that one. Are you streaming until you change all that's all the changes? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. It was supposed to be my day off today. I was quite surprised by this. Performance changes make any difference? About 10% more FPS. Chat's full of streamers anyways. Always. Thick is on Windows 11. He doesn't seem to have any issues. That's good. So maybe it's not isolated to purely Windows 11. It's just some kind of hardware configuration on Windows 11, or I don't even know, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Very odd that some people have such drastic problems. Alright, let's try and get into a hive world and go kill a dragon. Any difference in situation use between Epoch and Quasar? Quasar is just easier to use, and it's for single large targets that are armored. Epoch has like explosive damage, so it's great versus like a flesh mob or a charger's butt, or you know, shooting at like maybe smaller enemies and not charging it, right? It's a little more versatile than the Quasar. But if all you need is like anti-tank, the Quasar is better. Like the Liberator Concussive, it is a nice change. Alright. I wanted to actually bring autocannon, and I genuinely just want to see how good the autocannon is versus a dragon. I wanted to like try and kill one of their wings. Is there anything else? Nah, we'll do that. And then we'll bring... What were we talking about? I think we were talking about Slugger. Peacemaker, I guess. And then we'll bring the pineapple just to throw it around. I don't know why I hit ready already. They're going inside, so I'll bring the mech just in case I need to help them with the mission. A turret to back me up. 500 kg, I guess. Can't kill yourself with a Quasar gun? I mean, you can. Just shoot the ground. Quasar is better anti-tank option. Epoch is better anti-medium. It's medium and tank. So the thing is that the Quasar is very good versus anti-tank, right? And it's very easy to use and so on and so forth. If you get the timing down on the Epoch, you can kill, honestly, faster on some enemies than you can with the Quasar. You're not sitting around as much, right? That's just the thing with the Epoch, is it's all about your timing. If you're good with the timing, it's very good anti-tank. So I got the silos viable now. Yeah, I'm very happy they changed it. Very happy. It's good change, good change. I believe it was just the armor piercing high explosive peak. That looks smaller. Looks easier to dodge. And then I say that I get one tapped in the head. 100 to 0. Jesus. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. Coach, thanks for that gift of stuff, brother. Dude. Yeah, the fire is still insane. I don't know, man. I'm still not a fan of their fire attacks. Still not a fan of it. It still feels too necessary to have to bring, like, fire resistance. I do love the fact that they changed the wing, though. Very happy about that change. Think they got it? Yeah. Didn't realize we were actually gonna kill this guy. Oh, it's gonna take too long. Especially if it bounces. Where'd it go? Oh my god, it bounced that way. Jeez. Game feels better. About 10% performance boost. Whoa. Unfortunate. The turret just got lifted up. I think it did. It's funny. That's the sound bug. The sound bug should be fixed now. On bots. Here's hoping. We played a round of bots earlier. Oh man, we got it on his back killed. It's awkward. I was trying not to break that plate. The sound bug is related with your screen freezing. It's the same bug. Restarting your game should fix it, but I mean, obviously now it should just be fixed straight up. Glad it wasn't just my PC. Nah, everybody was experiencing it. It was a bots issue. Hi, Swizzy. Oh man, I forgot to bring my dynamite. I can't deal with the Mega Nest by myself. Unfortunate. They really did decrease the spawn time of the dragons. I was expecting to see one by now. It's been almost 5 minutes. In the previous patch, we would have 100% on tier 10 seen another dragon by now. That's a big difference. There's a sub badge, I see it. Might just be a weird Twitch issue. I hear that charger moving. Damn, he's so much louder now. Okay, teammates. What the hell was that? They just like drive into death. Yeah, I'm still not convinced about the pineapple, I'll be honest. What up, troll? Axe thrower. They are louder, that's for sure. It's kind of awkward. But you can hear them behind me. Reliable 2-tap. Oh no! Oh god. How's the game doing? We're stable. It was already stable for me, so I can't comment for the people that are having problems. But as far as like the balance patches and stuff like that, that I can actually notice and comment on, good. As a first step, good. Ah, I hit my leg. Hit my leg and I'm super slow. It's somehow worse for some people. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. The patch is out, Soko. Mm-hmm. That's what it says in my title. Oh my god, if I don't priest him, Jesus. Damn it! I think my teammate shot him at the same time. I was trying to kill the... I think I got him with the wing. Not sure. It's hard crashing and stun locking on... I love that you use the word stun locking on all Windows PCs. Doesn't seem like it's all Windows 11. I wouldn't necessarily say it's not a Helldivers issue. But it does seem the majority of players that seem to have issues with this game are on Windows 11. Do you need to obliterate the one wing for it to die? You don't have to. You could kill it in other ways, but that's one of the changes they made. Yeah, the Leviathan change was fantastic. Super happy with the Leviathan change. Very strange take. If only Helldivers is crashing on Windows 11, then is it Helldivers' issue? Well, that's the thing, is that Windows 11 has issues with other games as well. Windows 11, I don't think you have to go do much digging to find out that Windows 11 has had a lot of issues for a lot of people periodically. Not everybody has it all at the same time. Driver updates and so on and so forth, right? Right. So that's why we're saying that. But obviously, not all people on Windows 11 are having issues. But then, you know, just some people are. So it might be deeper than that, right? So it might be Windows 11 plus some hardware configurations or certain drivers you have on installed in your game. It's, you know, like, how do you, you know, what do you say at that point? You know, it's not sure. I can tell you that on Windows 10, I've literally never had those issues other than the audio bug that caused some amount of frame stuttering. But as long as I don't play bot missions, it never was a problem. Has that been fixed now? I'm unsure. You know, I played one match of bots and didn't have it, but I don't know if it might just, because like that audio issue that caused a lot of problems with like frame stuttering and stuff, or frame like lockups. You know, that was something that only happened on certain planets, it seemed. Like you could play like a full day of bots and not have it at all, but then you could play it on another, you know, on another planet and you'd get it like constantly. So I don't know. I was distracted. We found out how many autocannon shots to kill a clip. Well, I was never gonna get a hard number on that, Coach, just because the autocannon flak damage is so random because it's flak damage. I was never gonna get it. I was just trying to see what's the vibe.
I'm so sorry, Imagine though. You look like you understand.
Thank you for the 2. Appreciate it. I heard it was tied to the Worst Riders. That was a theory. I would get it on. I would never get it on some Worst Rider maps, and then other ones I'd have no Worst Riders and have it. So, I don't know. I am not remembering this layout. Of course he hits my leg on the first hit! Are the vibes good? The vibes are good. Oh, no, just keep going. Hell no, I'm not getting in that death trap. So are we back? I never really left, but it kind of depends on the person and what their issues were. Good changes, though. Are there still audio problems? I'm not noticing any, but I can't comment. Because I've only been playing for 2.5 hours, right? Some of these audio issues would permeate after, you know, quite a bit of playtime at times. That's all good, dude. Keep going. I'm gonna go on foot. Oh, this is a good time. You went AFK. That's perfect. That's rare that he gets stuck on something and actually just sits there. That's showing the wing damage. So, give or take maybe 10 shots of flak. If you hit well. Good change. Good change. Still not a huge fan of their fire attack. But... kill that motherfucker? Yeah, damn right I did. What, you think I'm just tickling him and then walking away? You went to sleep? Aggressive Uber. 10 flak shots. So keep in mind, I'm gonna say it again. Flak has a huge amount of variable in how much damage it deals per shot. Because it's an AoE, and depending on where it lands and how it lands and where, like, you know, where the enemy's position and where the angle is, it will depend, right? So definitely keep that in mind when we're looking at that. I managed to get 10 shots there. It might sometimes come out less or more. I'm out of stims. Oh, no, he pulled him towards me. Oh, God. Super stoked to try the Slugger improvements. Doesn't feel too different, but it's a definitely like a reliability change. More reliable. Did you see my comment about trying to cause a bug breach in the caves, test if audio still crunches? Too many bugs? Sorry, you did that, or you want me to do that? Hey, Lewis. Lewis R. Creator. I wonder what game you're excited for. Destiny? Diablo? No, PoE? YouTube stream? Remember, I stream every day. For people coming in and be like, dude, I haven't seen a YouTube stream forever. I have a secondary channel. It's the same as my Twitch channel, Maplewood_TV. I just decided to stream on the main channel today, just because it's a big occasion. But also, I feel like there's a lot of people who did not see the YouTube video that went up announcing that I have a second channel for the live stream. Ooh, team is dead. Why put your face where I can't see it? Well, like a lot of what I'm doing right now, I could already do with the slugger. You could already one-shot a stalker with the slugger. You could already one-shot a warrior with the slugger. The big changes that you'll be seeing in the gameplay you're seeing here is like Ball Spewer used to be a 3-tap, I believe, to the head versus the 2-tap that you're seeing. It's a good show. No worries, man. Happy you're enjoying it. You got a second channel. Maplewood Offline is my secondary channel on Twitch. Maplewood_TV is my secondary channel on YouTube. That's where I've been streaming on YouTube. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think I enjoy the pineapple still. Have a good one, Hazup. Is the voice chat audio still low in caves? Not sure. These guys aren't talking, so can't really comment. There's so many eggs in here. That's not an egg. Those are more eggs. Ooh, maybe not gonna go that way. Bug breach that way. We probably don't go that way. Dynamite is cooler than thermite. Are these really the debates we're gonna be going into? Dynamite. How's the update? Good. Good. Good update. Looking forward to more, but good first, you know, tech debt, reliever, and balance pass. Very solid. Very good. Not sure about the stability on all people's systems. Some people are reporting, you know, not really any performance problem or improvements, or at least they're still having like hard crashing and stuff like that. Personally, I didn't run into any, but yeah, not sure. The game is continuing to be stable for me. Did they really nerf fire? All they did was slightly decrease the build-up on it, essentially. So it'll be slightly, and they say slightly, harder to light enemies on fire. Right? And to be fair, it was a bit overtuned versus like bots, for instance. 2 instances of fire just killed a bot. It was kind of overtuned. I doubt if they put that patch note there, you would have noticed. Is my guess. But they put it there to be thorough and to stop the community being like, you did change something, you changed something, you liar. You know what I mean? Communities love to do that when a dev like forgets to put a patch note in or doesn't, you know, doesn't put something like that. They fucking cry foul real fast. So they put it there to, you know, be transparent. But I doubt you would actually notice it. When they say slightly, I'm sure it's slightly. It's probably like one extra.
Repeat everything you've said the last 2 hours just for me, Kappa.
It's probably like one additional shot from the coyote or something like that. It's pretty funny seeing Pips stream from his console because of the instability earlier. Oh my god, that sucks. Fully equipped kid, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Which grenade you feel deserves above? Absolutely the pineapple. I'm happy that they improved the frag grenade by giving it 1 extra, but they need to improve the demolition force. I don't know why it's so low compared to all the other grenades. It's very obnoxious when you're playing like Illuminate and you can't destroy a Tesla tower because your frag grenade doesn't have the required demolition force. Very awkward. I'm sure napalm enjoyers will not notice a difference at all. No. Like, this is a change to like maybe require 1 more bullet from the coyote to light an enemy on fire. I would not blow it out of proportion and freak out. Pineapple still needs some love. I don't know, man. I've been using it quite a bit today, and I'm just like underwhelmed using it. It's like it just doesn't feel very impactful. Of the AMR buff, it's insane. Did they already say they wanted less ragdolling in the past? They've been increasingly reducing ragdoll over time and making ragdoll less apparent, right? So like the last update, they made it so you get up faster after a ragdoll. In this update, they added less ragdoll, right? Nice, Pensy. Let's patch self. Good. I was worried about the Incendiary Breaker. I doubt you would notice the difference with the Incendiary Breaker. It probably might take 1 extra pellet or 2 extra pellets to light an enemy on fire. The Incendiary Breaker didn't have an issue with lighting enemies on fire, though. You know? So when they say slightly, you know, changing this or that, like, I doubt you would notice the difference if you weren't told. I don't think there's anything the Pineapple could do that the Dynamite can't do better. I think you're right. I think you're right. How is Arrowhead going to give the Breaker Incendiary a choke and not the Cookout? Because the Incendiary Breaker needed the choke, whereas the Cookout was already so good it didn't need it. To some extent, the attachments that they added to weapons were also somewhat balance changes as well. It's kind of like how the Sickle didn't get the different heat sinks that the Scythe did. The Sickle didn't really need it because it was already a well-loved weapon. The Scythe was not a well-loved weapon, so people wanted, you know, or would appreciate an attachment on that more. People don't have a problem taking the Cookout. So narrowing the band between the two is probably a good idea. Because if you just added the chokes to the Cookout, it would have just added more of a discrepancy between the two. Have you got to try the Halo Assault Rifle? Does it feel different? Oh, it's 10 more damage, so it's not nothing. Pineapple can blast a large area? Not really, though. Because yes, the rounds will separate, but randomly. Sometimes they will not separate as far. Sometimes they will. Second point is they separate and they do one minor explosion, right, in that area. Whereas the dynamite is a continuous radius. So it's better surface area coverage. Good patch, my CPU dropped 30%. Mine hasn't changed at all when I have it up. But we can take another look. Mine seems to be averaging the exact same amount. 60% on the bridge. And then when I was in game earlier, it was around 80%. There might be something else happening on your PC if you notice a 30% drop after the update. But I'm definitely getting 10% more performance for that CPU usage, which is nice. Scheme size reduced about by 10 gigabytes or so, it seems. This is their first, reduction. But you can control the pineapple grenade's explosion with terrain because you use it always. Yeah, but if you just use dynamite, you don't have to think about it, and dynamite's just better, right? It has better surface area. It does more damage. It has higher pen. It's the same amount of usage. It has more destruction force. Pineapple grenade is just kind of bad. Any hard choke point, well-timed pineapple nade is more, does more dose per area. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I think that's a little bit of cope at that point. Because if you bring, like, armor pen into equation and you, like, just consistency, dynamite wins by far. Like, sure, you can find niche scenarios where maybe it might perform well, but even in a cave scenario, which I was just in, I would much rather have dynamite. Out of curiosity, have you played Monster Hunter? Yeah, I played a lot of it. Especially Monster Hunter Wilds when it came out. We played a ton of it. We played like 100 hours on stream. Alright, let's rotate back to like bots. Watch streams recently. What games have you been streaming? Helldivers 2 about 10 days ago was the last time I played, and then Battlefield 6. Then we played Arc Raiders, Service Land. We're going to be playing the full release. Borderlands 4, Ghost Yote. They updated the game today, Perdana. It threw me off guard. I'm actually kind of mad they did it. Like they were telling us Friday. I was like, okay, let me be ready for Friday. Or Friday or the weekend. And then they were like, oh, surprise, it's early. Yeah, that's, yeah. Wasn't ready for that one. You play Elden Ring Night Rain? Of course, when it came out. So, yeah, a little annoyed that they decided to drop it today. But it is what it is. Yeah, I'm literally just gonna go back to Dynamite. What else do I want to throw on? I'm curious about the Defender. Was Mr. Maple having fun on BF6? Yeah, I mean, there's some amount of me that was like kind of wishing I was playing Battlefield 6 right now, but it is what it is. Because I wasn't quite done with Battlefield 6. I'm not done with it. Yeah, my CPU usage is the exact same. We're sitting at 71 while in game. I'm sure with a lot of action it will peak up to 80. So CPU usage doesn't seem to have changed at all, but I am getting more frames per second for that CPU usage, which is nice. you get the marathon invite? I'll be honest, I didn't care to check. Feels smoother. Feels the same for me, but I always make sure to close my own stream while playing. If I have my stream, or if I have like my dashboard for Twitch open while I'm playing, the game stutters more, which it's still doing. My frame times still get affected. But if I close the window, my frame times improve. So, it doesn't feel any different for me, frame time wise. All I'm noticing at the moment is more FPS. About 10 FPS more when things are happening. Please do not do what the algorithm wants every day, bro. Do you have most fun with? Doing what has most fun does not pay the bills. That's not life, my dude. Life doesn't work like that. Nice of you to say, but can't live in a fairy tale. Can't wait for the Impaled Tentacles to die immediately. I haven't noticed it, but it will be nice when you're not getting hit. After it's already dead. I open random streams and see if I like it. What's the stream about? This is Helldivers 2. Shooting into these is still very awkward. Very awkward shooting into these. Not sure why, but just something's up with the hitbox. It works at some angles, but not others. AMR, my beloved, you're going to be extremely impressed. Where's that jammer? Oh, it's right in front. We could add bubble shields to, what? How's the game feeling after the patch so far? About a 10% increase in performance. Good balance changes overall. As a first step, great. And, yeah. Feeling good. Ergo's still weird. It's still heavy. But after a lot of conversations with them, it's working as intended. But I have discussed just like lowering it to appease people. Because people just want it lower without having to use peak physique. A little bit of a Mandela effect, it seems, with the AMR. Well, that's the thing, is that is true. If you pick up a POI version of it, the ergonomics is better than the one that you drop. But it seems like the one that is dropped has actually got the right ergonomics applied to it. The one at a POI just seems to be bugged in favor of the player. Or if you pick up someone else's, which is weird. It's far as I understand, like every attachment on a weapon has like an ergonomic value, even on an AMR. That's why I meant weird. Yeah. Yeah. But I think it would go a long way just to like say, hey, here's the AMR handling improved a bit. Just to appease the people that want it. But at the same time, now that they've buffed the AMR by this much, it's like, I think it's fine. I wouldn't complain about the handling. The fuck was that? Oh. We just got an audio lockup. Is PS5 performance better? No idea. I don't play on PS5. But maybe there's someone in chat who does, who could tell you. What's the new update? There's no way I could tell you that in one breath. I would search out the patch notes or just fixes, balance changes as an answer. But I don't think it does it justice by only saying that. I dare you. Oh, it's a long list, brother. Is the audio bug still a thing? Well, we just had an audio lockup literally like 10 seconds ago. Maybe not 10 seconds ago, but about a minute 30 ago. You just heard it. So we'll see if it continues to get worse or what. So no, it's happening. No, you're fine. Yeah, we literally just heard an audio lockup. So we'll see if it continues to get worse or if it's just a one-time. Because if it's just a one-time, hey, fair enough. Hopefully they continue to improve it, but, you know, fair enough. What's up, buds? Nothing much. How are you, creature? Weak spot time. Oh, okay, so they're still deadly. You still gotta respect them. No, I think the audio issue is still there. It did it again. It did it again. So I'm surprised he's not dead. AMR had a much easier time killing his weak spot. Oh, there it is again. So yeah, that's not fixed. I would avoid bots still. Our first bot mission, though, did not have it, so it's probably tied to planets. I don't remember what planet I was on earlier, but this planet... Tarsh? No. Fenmire. I think we were on Tarsh. Ragdoll City? Well, I'm making no attempt to dodge the Ragdoll. So keep that in mind. You should make an attempt to do that. There's Ragdoll City, and then there's actually just standing there, not trying to dodge it. Let's get our, let's get our terminology straight. Another audio. I think I'm gonna die here. Oh, you got me. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Is the whole audio bugging, or is it just the theme music? It's the whole audio. We're getting like a lockup. A small, little tiny one. Frame stutters. Already a bit embarrassed. Point is fixed. I don't. Did they say the audio bug was fixed though? At the audio lockups? That's the one that I didn't see it in the patch notes, I will be honest. I guess I just kind of assumed it was fixed, which I'm sure many people would. No, the audio stuttering turns into game stuttering, Ostrich. That's how that worked. Right? So what happens is your game will lose audio occasionally, and it will just get worse and worse and worse and worse to the point where the lockups are not just for sound, it'll be your entire game, right? But that's why whenever I was telling people the performance, what kind of performance issues are you having, right? Are you having like low FPS all the time? Or are you just having like the occasional frame hiccup, right? Or like multi-second hang up. If you are, that's just the audio bug. The audio bug just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It's like a memory leak. But the longer it persists, the worse it gets. And if you don't restart your game, it'll just keep getting worse to the point where it's just like freezing your game for multiple seconds. And it only seems to happen on the bot front. And it seems to happen on certain mission, like certain planets, right? So we did a bot mission earlier, didn't have it happen, right? And that's why I was like, oh, maybe it's fixed. Hard to say because, obviously it's just one mission. But now that we've done another on a different planet, we can see that now the audio bug is still there. And, I would probably avoid certain planets, So, like, we haven't had it at all today. We've been playing for 3 hours. No audio lockup bug. But then, obviously, we come to this planet and now we got it immediately. So, Fenmire is the planet that I would avoid. It will affect your frame rate. As I just said, East, the audio bug affects your frame rate. I'm gonna say it again for the people in the back. When your audio starts cutting out, it'll get worse over time. And then it will start affecting frame rate because it will stutter your entire game. It will freeze. Cool? We heard it that time? Just let me know if I need to yell louder. It does affect performance. That's why I always ask, like, hey, what kind of performance issue are you having when you play the game? Right? Because if it's just like stuttering, it's most likely the audio issue and you're playing bots. Just avoid playing bots or avoid that particular planet. But like that like audio problem right there, that's also it. Now, if I go to another planet, the audio bug will persist. That's another thing, right? So if you get the audio bug on your game and you don't restart your game and you just go on to the next match, but this time you're against Terminids, you get the audio bug on Terminids, right? Once your game is affected by it, It just gets worse. Can that be fixed on that? I'm sure they can fix it, but I'm assuming because they haven't fixed it now, it's probably not an easy fix. Shams earlier in the day said they were working on lockups. This is where there's might be a little bit of like tech jargon or like miscommunication. Like, what is a lockup? Are we talking about the frame hangs, like the locking up of your game when you get the audio bug? Or are we talking about like the people on Windows 11 that say that their whole entire computer freezes and they have to like restart, hit the power button, and they can't like access the computer anymore, right? I'm not sure which one he was commenting on it, because it could be either one, honestly. Can it be fixed? Just restart your game. Like I said. If you just restart your game, even on console, it'll fix it. And then just don't play bots, or don't go on that particular planet. There it is again. While in game, there's nothing you do. Just restart your game. A lockup is any time a considerable amount of frames get locked. Hopefully he meant that. That's what most people mean when they say that. But, you know, some people use the word lockup as, like, their computer locks up and they can't, like, it just goes black, right? It locks up. You know, people are using the same word, different context. Like, some people say that's bricked, you know? Some people say that's locked up. But who knows? You can only see the difficulty we're playing on in the top right hand corner. There's UI for it, but tier 10. That's a freeze. That's the thing, is that that's another terminology. Some people call it a freeze when their computer just stays frozen on a particular like frame, right? And doesn't fix itself, right? Or it freezes then it repairs itself, but it's usually on a thing. But that actually isn't happening here. Most of their computers are just going black, right? So they're not calling it a freeze in this situation. They're calling it a lockup, or they're calling it bricked, right? There's like 10 different definitions for every single one. That's why don't just use the definition that you think it is, like the word to describe it. Describe what's happening, you know? That way, you know, we can better understand what the fuck we're talking about. Because everybody's got 3 words for every single situation. Game crashes weapon customization. That's been a thing since the game first got weapon customization. I don't know if that's anything new. I personally don't get it, but I know some people do. I have no idea what's going on there. Happy birthday. Thanks. You're about 6 months early. Appreciate it. I hate to be that guy, but Takibo left his stream, his Twitch stream up, been like 30 minutes. Can you shoot him a message? Like he forgot to turn it off? Yeah? All right, let me message him. Thank you. Hey, someone in my chat said your Twitch stream is still up? Question mark? Alright, I sent him one. Thanks, Infamous. I never experienced it myself. Do bots run smoother now? I mean, we're still getting the audio bugs, so no. But if you're on the right planet, yes. Happy birthday, Mabel. Thanks, man. What's the audio bug again? You are going to drive me insane. I used to have an issue with HU2. The screen would go black, PC would like instantly restart. But it was fixed after I uninstalled Vanguard. Like the anti-cheat for Riot? Still 5 to 10 seconds freezes. If you're on the wrong bot planet, yeah. We were just having it in our last game. Is VRAM that important thing in a graphics card? It can be, depending on your resolution that you play at. It is an important metric. The higher resolution, the more VRAM you'll need. I'd say nowadays you want to aim for like 8 to 12 gigabytes, unless you plan on playing very like esports oriented games. Riot's Vanguard still has issues? Yeah, I've heard. I never had any issues when I played, but I do know of people who have, you know, experienced like problems when they had it. All right, Kivo got back to me, said thanks, man. So that he should be turning off his stream. Imagine having to share RAM with the rest of the OS like I do on the Legion Go. It's like every console player. As long as the patch doesn't make the game worse on the PS5, it's I don't think it'll be worse. Just bots haven't changed. The bot audio issue is still there. You just go around to different planets and then you'll figure out which one doesn't have it. Restart your game if you start to get the audio or freezing issue. Like the lockup, where it locks up for a couple seconds and your audio cuts out. Dun, dun, dun. To the cities. As far as I am aware, it seems like cities or certain planets, automaton planets, have the issue. But we're not in a city. I haven't restarted my game. I'm just trying to demonstrate for you guys. Okay. Official release notes for the patch? Yeah. I think someone posted them like a couple of minutes ago. Can now hear the Ball Titan audio? Yeah, they made Ball Titan footsteps way louder. They made Charger footsteps way louder. Big changes. I heard there's an audio bug. Is this true? Oh, yes, there is. Made sense why the squad was dead with 22 minutes left. Everyone dies so quickly. Hmm? There's an extra sound effect to the rocket's entry. Ah, damn it, of course I lost him. There's like a whooshing sound when the rocket flies by you now. That wasn't there before. Is it easier to know if the epoch is overcharged? Yeah, big difference. So basically what you're looking for is look at the end of the barrel. When you see the end of the barrel start glowing, it's time. Or when you hear the alarm, you can do either one. I think the visual cue would be better because sometimes this game gets loud with explosions. You might not be able to hear the alarm, right? But yeah, I'd say the epoch, great changes there. Across the board, epoch, fantastic spot. Super good spot now. Tremendous spot. Sad the Patriot didn't get 1.5. I don't mind the 1350. I think that's fine. My issue with the Patriot is it didn't get the extra rocket damage. They made the pen better on like weird angles, which is, you know, okay, fine. But where's this guy going? I thought they were walking towards my dynamite, not away from it. But 1500 is a prettier number. Sure. Damn math nerds. I did expect the missile pen though. Was surprised we didn't get that. Yeah. I don't know. Just felt like at least making the rocket an EAT damage was like an easy slam dunk. But I don't know. Whatever. I'll try and bring it up to them again. What up, Tony? Yeah, we might be putting HE2 on the back burner for a bit, unfortunately. Even though I really wish I was playing some more Battlefield. Do a pull. Well, not really up to the pull. Fuse to make the shield relay generator good. Well, it's not necessarily bad right now. There will always be those things that like, oh, I wish they changed this or that, but it's like I would not say the shield relay generator was bad. Could use some love, sure, but I'm gonna restart my game after this. Oh! Shot between his legs. Someone needs to update the patch command. We haven't updated that patch command in forever. I don't feel like doing it right now. Epoch's charge shot can now kill a regular bug hole. Verdana. Basically just think of it that way. Yep, the audio bug is still there on bot planets. Remember to restart your game if it happens and go to a different planet. Don't go back to that bot planet. It's that bot planet that's doing it. I on purpose didn't restart after it happened to demonstrate. Well, that's art. That took too long. Just regular bug holes. Ball sign holes are 40. A jammer would be 50. The AMR does one-shot Hulks. So does the autocannon. Man, I think this guy wants to full clear. And I'm just trying to get out of here so I can fix my audio bug. Brother. Any insight on why Arrowhead patch nodes are moving towards general info and less numbers? It seems about the same. I don't think they've changed anything. Patch notes always look like this. The way it flickers when it takes too much damage at once sucks. And also has max health. Its max health is lame. Pick one or the other, not both. It's not reliable shield. I mean, it's quite good because it has a very short cooldown. It can't take a crazy amount of damage, but it can take a reliable amount. There's no doubt that I'd like to see it improved more, but I don't know. It's there's bigger fish to fry, I'd say. Railgun is getting power creep? It is, yeah. That's why I'm not in total agreement with like AMR and autocannon being able to one-shot them personally. But what are you gonna do? Buff divers will be happy. Updates looking pretty decent so far. Step in the right direction. Definitely a first patch kind of feel. So the Punisher Plasma does no damage on direct hit, just explosion. That's basically what that means, yes. They removed the direct damage because it was kind of stupid that you had to hit the target to do the vast majority of damage. And now they put that all in the AoE, which is much better. Especially in a horde clearing game like this. Decide on how's the update looking? Good. Good first update. That's how I would phrase it. Good first update. I'm sure there'll be many. Gonna restart our game to get rid of the audio bug. I'm guessing they tried to make it a little easy for like those casual players. There's a lot of people that want more power fantasy, and you can see that they want to aim towards that. So making the game more accessible to them. Make things feel more powerful, more power fantasy. You get the audio bug? Only on one particular bot planet. Did the game crash? No. Restarting since we had the audio bug. So I would recommend not diving on Fenmire. Go to a different planet. What planet I feel like diving on? I don't know. I don't know. Guess we'll just go back to bugs for now. We'll see how they bug. I'll be honest. I've answered the question so many times in the last 30 minutes. I can't answer it again. Is Helldivers challenging at all? Or is it still pretty casual? It's arguably more casual than when you last played, Tony. Quite a bit more casual. We do have like a Hive World planet that is harder than the rest, and like I would say a good challenge, like very fun, good challenge. But the rest of the game is pretty casual, very power fantasy focused. Is new patch performing good? About a 10% boost in performance in FPS, as far as I can see so far. Let's grab another primary weapon. Let's see here. How's the coyote feeling after the patch? I'm curious to notice if I can see the fire damage change for certain enemies. It takes a little bit more. They said slightly more to light certain enemies on fire, like brute commanders or warriors. Slightly was the big word that they used. Bring the AMR, why not? I'm curious to see the TTK changes on like a Bile Titan. Turning into co-op is optional. It's been like that for a while now. It's a co-op game where you kind of play alongside 4 players, but you don't really depend on them at all. Makes me sad. It is what it is. People want a power fantasy, and it's hard to do a power fantasy when the game's hard. People don't feel very powerful, right? So the hope is different difficulties would lend to different playstyles and, you know, different people, but I think a lot of people tend to just, you know, go more top heavy with their difficulty, and then when, you know, they don't feel powerful in their hard difficulty, they tend to, you know, say that they're not powerful enough. Yeah, they changed the orbital rail cannon to 30 seconds less. It's nice. That warrior was lit on fire within 2 bullets, so I don't think you're gonna notice the incendiary change. 3 bullets on that guy. Yeah, it's a nothing burger. If anyone says fire was nerfed, just tell them it's a nothing burger. Yeah, it's a 30-second decrease on the orbital rail cannon. Yeah. Have you tried the new-ish pineapple? I still don't like it. Still not a fan of it, personally. You know, good changes. I'm happy they made the changes. I just don't think it's worth it. Especially when you have the dynamite sitting right there. You know? The dynamite is just a better... It is just a better pineapple. Heavy pen, 1,000 damage, more reliable damage, because the pineapple, the way it deals its damage is like RNG, right? How it splits and stuff. If the shrapnel hits or doesn't, right? And then you have, like the fact that both of them are 3. You only have 3 of each one. I'm just like, I would much rather just use my, I would much rather just use, dynamite. They can blow up Baltine holes now, which is very good for high tier bug missions. You know? Dynamite kill heavy as you can. Aim for the butt. Make sure it like blows up behind, like blow the butt, you know? Seeker grenades seem to be better now. Yeah, I love that they go for flying enemies first. Whatever you ping second, and they get an extra 100 damage. Good changes. Good changes. I still don't think I'm going to highly rate them that crazy, but, you know, they're out of C tier at least, you know? Pinging does take priority, yes. Our creators is no PvP missions quests. Well, I think that's a good thing, probably. It allows someone, if they wanted to, do like a passive stealth playthrough, allow them to actually do it, blackjack, which I think is good for the overall health of the game. Sorry, my nose is itchy. It's all that cocaine. Knives, throwing knives got a buff. I have not tried out throwing knives yet. I'll be honest, I kind of forgot. Thank you for mentioning them. I'll try them next game. So I didn't die from that. Every strategy shooter needs a rat viable strat. That's an interesting way to put it, but yeah, something like that. So I don't think it's a bad thing, Blackjack, that, you know, you don't have to kill players for the PvP class. It's more about, like, looting things. As long as it's, like, PvE quests, like, you have to go kill certain things are still there, yeah, that's good. Not having to kill players, that's fine. You can miss opportunity. Got to be some reward for PvPing because you don't get loot doing it. What? I mean, you absolutely get loot doing it. Let's say the vast majority of my loot stash was just from other players looting for me. The third partying was more of a server slam issue because people, you know, were just running at gunshots because it was getting wiped, right? I wouldn't so quickly, you know, look at that stuff, you know? Slugger buff's good. It's not like groundbreaking. A lot of it will feel very similar, but it does, you know, help it have a little bit more, you know, reach on the slugs damage, and then, you know, just like a little nicer if you're going for body shots. Feels good. How does it feel playing Helldivers again while our creators in Valve 6 is currently out? I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You know, there is a decent amount of me that wishes I was still playing Battlefield 6 right now. I have the itch to shoot guns in Battlefield 6. Especially when Helldivers is mostly just a balance patch, right? Balance patch and some, you know, stuff. But, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do to pay the bills, right? I'm missing one egg. Hopefully the PvE mission progress is meaningful because the benefits something like Tarkov has like the challenging fun PvP questing. It did in the tech test because the rewards were actually very good while also unlocking things for you like to buy. Like the shops were definitely tied to the progression of quests. Black Jacket. We'll see. We'll see. I think that's a totally fair point. But I do find it a little ironic that you said, you know, PvE quest is a missed opportunity because there's no point in PvPing. The irony is that if you add PvP quests, Black Jacket, the problem that you have of people third-partying one another would only grow because people then have to PvP more often to get their quests done. So people will more, you know, PvP with reckless abandonment to get their quests done. Think about it, right? This game feel out the patch? Good. Good. I would avoid, you know, the same bot planets as before because of the audio bug, and then that leads to frame issues. God, the AMR is insane. Whoa, that was stored. I'm surprised BF6 doesn't pay you the bill. I mean, it was when we had the drops. Like, the drops were really good. But it's like, it's something like, it's a new audience, because not all of my existing viewers will want to watch BF6, and, you know, it's like, you know, streaming a certain game for a certain amount of time, you have to invest in it, and then those viewers might eventually start supporting you in that section. But I already have that built up in HD2, so it's a little different, right? The majority of my audience right now that watches is from HD2. They're not from Battlefield, so it's a different kind of environment. And not everybody that watches me play HD2 is interested in Battlefield. So that transition is difficult. So what you'll see in the future is I'm probably going to be just splitting my time, right? Which is good, though, because I was, you know, starting to feel a little burnout from, you know, HD2. I do play it an awful lot. Too much, in fact. So it's good to have a game that I feel like I can fall on that, you know, does good numbers and, you know, is fun. It's something I want to play. How do you feel about playing multiple games today? I will. I will be playing multiple games today. Today will be dedicated to Helldivers, but, you know. Is it 8 shots? Holy shit, it's 8 shots to the head. That's insane. When Arc Raiders is out, you're gonna... Oh, yeah, that'll be... We will be focusing on Arc Raiders for a bit. That's for fucking sure. If you need like 15 for PvP kills, it's a quest line. Yeah, I see an issue. Yeah, I think the majority of the problem you had, Black Jacket, was like, it was because it's a beta and it's a very limited time beta, right? People play differently when nothing's on the line, really, right? When it's a full release, I think Arc Raiders will not have as much third partying. I think third partying will still be a thing, but that's by design, right? That's why the guns are so loud, right? Arc is quite fun to watch. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing more. The Omega buff the AMR. It was around 2 mags before with the AMR. Now it's 8 shots. So from 12 to 8. Give or take 12. I can't remember the exact number. AMR feels really good right now. As AMR with charges, I would go for butt shots. I wouldn't go for leg, but I would imagine it's probably less than 1 meg to kill the butt now of a charger. But that's a good question. Let's go find one. I was able to get away, beat a camping enemy. Yeah. Or, I mean, are you trying to say unable to get away? I messed up and got a 2K HD monitor. Arc Raiders really benefits 4K, it seems. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I play at 1440p. It looked just fine. Played really well. What are your must take-ins for bugs with the new update? Weapons, stratagem? I mean... Fire damage is fantastic. Explosive damage is fantastic. Bringing 1 turret, never a bad idea. Bringing a 500 kg, great. Orbital Napalm Barrage if you want to make the game easy mode. Bringing some kind of anti-tank or something that has heavy armor pen is really strong and very powerful. Primary weapon wise, something that has stagger will help you a lot with bots. Fire damage as well, cookout. Gas grenades, really good. Dynamite, frag grenades. I'm not unable, like very able. Smokes are a necessity. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought you like, yeah, my bad, I mistook that. But honestly, Helldivers in a position, as long as you pick the appropriate, you know, difficulty for you right now, you can basically bring whatever stratagem you want. As long as it kind of makes sense, you know, obviously, you know, don't bring a, like, an all smoke loadout and expect, you know, what I just said to come true. We're definitely in a pretty easy period of Helldivers. Other than Hive Worlds. Is a red lightsaber in this game? No, Mr. Vader. Wish they would add medium siege armor. Full agreement on that. You tested the buff dynamite? Yeah, it's very good. They do a Star Wars collab. A lightsaber would be cool as fuck. I hope they don't do a Star Wars collab though. I feel like that's a bit too on the nose. And a bit too jarring. It's hard to tell which is the dynamite there. Oh, absolutely. Test Star Stratagem. We have that. It's the DSS, bro. We have our Death Star at home. No changes to the Rupture? Nope. Didn't think it needed it. Pretty busted already. But Gears collab, I think Gears is in this. It's in the right realm. I don't think it'd be too out of place. Depends on what they add from Gears, I guess. The autocannon receive a buff, yeah. That one I didn't expect on my bingo card. Hammer of Dawn. Kind of already have it, but I guess it would be a version of the orbital laser. But you get to like decide where it shoots, right? Oh! Did they create Star Wars mods in HG2? There are quite a few Star Wars mods for HG2 if you go to Nexus Mods. How's it feel? FPS up. Weapons powerful. Enemies weaker. Game feel good, at least for me. Certain automaton planets are still having the audio bug, which creates frame stutters and poor performance. Restart your game, don't go on that planet again. Performance is better, yeah. But the audio bug on bot planets is still there, which creates performance problems. AMR's bay again? AMR was already bay, dude. It was already really good. Even on bug missions, people just didn't know. Now it's just even better. Yeah, Throid Knives? Yeah, we'll put on Throid Knives now. We'll see how much better they are. Has anyone listed these planets? I don't know if there's a list anywhere, but I know for sure Fed Meyer, don't go there. I think we were on Tarsh earlier and we had no problems. First attempt at getting back. Yeah, this is not the last update they're going to do for like bug fixes. They said they're not going back to creating more content just yet. They want to do even more like bug fixes and performance patches. So this is just the first. Are melee weapons basically useless? No, I don't think they're useless, but I don't think they're as useful as people think they should be. That's something that the developers and, you know, some player base have, like, you know, they butt heads on. There are a lot of people out there that want them to be like extremely powerful, like up there with like other primary weapons in a way. And then the devs want them to be more grounded. Like if you're walking up to a, you know, a big ass bug, you're probably not like two-shotting them, right? You know, but I do think that they have made them decent in the game for dealing with like smaller bugs, for instance, right? You can definitely walk up to a hunter, especially now that they have added more damage to them, and feel pretty, you know, I think you can feel pretty confident killing that hunter, for instance. You might trade some damage, right? If you're not bringing the ballistic shield, but you know, you can use them. You know, taking on a brood commander, definitely a lot harder, but you can do it, right? That's the thing, is I think melee weapons are just always going to be a fun weapon. I've given the feedback several times that melee weapons should just have their own slot. Primary, secondary, throwable, melee weapon. If melee weapons have their own slot, they could just, you know, be the way they are, and then they're not competing against, honestly, really good fucking weapons, man. Like, there's some very good, you know, secondary weapons that they compete against, so they always will feel not as good, right? But I think a melee weapon slot would make so much sense to keeping melee weapons grounded, so they're not like stupid OP or some shit like that. You know, that they have to be, because at the end of the day, they would have to make melee weapons very good to make them feel good, right? Because you're taking a huge risk getting that close to an enemy that could do so much damage to you. Because Helldivers are very squishy, right? We're human, right? We're not super soldiers. We're human grunts, right? So having a melee weapon be good is going to be really difficult if they don't make us like just one-shot things. Because if you're melee hit trading, it's never going to work out. But they've given us some tools though. Like you could use the bubble shield, or you can use the ballistic shield. Those do help quite a lot of melee combat. So if you want to go that route, you can. Give me melee mech, absolutely, or at least a better stomp. I still want the melee. The stomp on the mech should close bug holes. That would bring the two mechs in better parity also, so you don't have to waste rockets on the Patriot. Okay, primary weapon wise, I've been hearing a lot of people talk good on the Liberate Concussive. We'll give the Liberate Concussive a little try. I'm going to try the SOCOM. I don't expect to like it. We're going to keep the... oh, no, we're not going to give the dynamite. We're going to put the throwing knives on. Flamethrower mech. A flamethrower mech would be great. Try it the Pleasure. I liked it a lot. I think you will too. It still doesn't feel like it's like slaying like brood commanders and stuff like that. But for anything below a brood commander, it feels quite good. Ball Spears, 3 taps them. Warriors, 2 taps. Hive Guardians, 2 taps. Hunter, 1 taps. You know, it feels good on bugs. On bots, I haven't really used it yet, but I assume it's a 2 to 3 tap for the average Devastator. And, you know, it will do good for like clearing out the undersides of like drop ships and stuff like that. Illuminate, it should 1 tap all voteless. Maybe 2 tap. No, it should probably be 3 taps on a Overseer based on the math. It's around 500 damage to like kill an Overseer, especially an elevated Overseer after the changes. So I think it would take 3 shots to kill an Overseer. That's still respectable. Like you can put out those 3 shots pretty damn fast. Do you ever use mechs on bots, or do they just blow up too fast? They're very hard to use on bots. I wouldn't recommend it necessarily, but you can if you're very good with it. The rare custoff is S tier. I don't think I'd say S tier, but it's... Oh, he's on the wrong type of mission. But I would say it's probably like B+. We'll see after the changes if it's gone up. Maybe today. But I assume it'll probably stay around B. I just accidentally exited the game instead of going back to my ship. Wrong button. Yeah, so if you're using mech on bots, you just gotta be really careful. How's the patch? Have they addressed the issue with the PC hard crashing? It seems like no, but I don't have that issue, so I can't really confirm that. But I believe I've heard reports that people are running into that still, so if you were running into it prior, you probably still will be. But there's a lot of people who don't run into it, so I don't know what causes it necessarily, or why some people get it or why some people don't. Are we gambiting for your prime? Is that something strategic? I'll be honest, I haven't actually looked at the strategic map. Let's bring the AMR again. Still need to check against chargers. Fred's birthday date. Thank you. Yeah, in about 6 months. I haven't heard clearing shader. Yeah, clearing shader cache is a good idea. Highly recommend. Okay. Fantastic drop onto the planet. Listen to the new audio for Bile Titans. Charges are also a lot louder. My man. Give us a quick res. That's not a res. There we go. He found it. No more seeing charges. You will still have problems hearing a charger when a lot of explosions are happening or gunfire. But in an environment where not as much is going on, you will definitely hear the chargers now. Do you know what I mean? Which I think is fair. I think it would be a little crazy to hear a charger over a 500 kg explosion. You know what I mean? I don't even know where my knives are going half the time. They do one tap a warrior in the head, or at least a spore warrior. If you can hit him in the head, they stand still for you. Maybe a one tap on spewers if you get them right on the head, but it's very hard to get the lineup. Get the full resupply though. One shotting warriors in the head was a thing before. I know that. I think the spewers would be the difference. I don't remember being able to one tap. I'm pretty sure you can one tap. Can you pick up knives? No, that's why they gave you 20. Yeah, I think you can one-shot spears now, which is kind of cool, I guess. But they also do give you all your knives back on a resupply, so... Doesn't seem to one-shot... Yeah, it doesn't seem to one-shot a Hive Guardian, unfortunately. Yeah, it seems like if you get the aim right, you can one-shot a spear, which is a thing. It's a thing. Oh, I didn't bring any... I didn't bring anything for these fucking holes. Unfortunate. Wasn't really paying attention. I agree, Big Shoe. That's what we were talking about basically 5 minutes ago. So main weapons, Liberator concussive. Got a nice bump in damage and durable damage. Feels pretty damn good. I don't know if I put an A tier just yet, but I'd say B plus at the moment. It's quite the wind up with the throwing knives. Someone's missing with smoke break. No worries. Yeah, we basically said the exact same thing. How does the game feel? We back. Game feels better. But it's still the first patch of many, it feels like. To get the game fully back on track, you know what I mean? Why was the autocannon buff, though? I was surprised by that one. I think the autocannon one is an easy PR buff, you know? It's the most beloved weapon in the game. Pacifier got a buff as well. We saw that, yeah. 5 damage and an easier stun build-up, which is good. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why the autocannon is buff. I didn't think it needed it, but whatsoever. It's not even one of those like, it's fine. It's like, no, the autocannon was fantastic already. So I was definitely surprised when I read that in the patch. I was like, but it was probably done because the AMR got buffed. So the AMR got buffed by a sizable amount. So they probably were like, well, since the AMR is getting buffed, we should probably buff the autocannon because the two kind of coexist in a lot of their like TTKs or shots to kill. Also, wait. There's a third-person reticle. Was that in the patch notes? Or did I just bug out my weapon? Wait, was that a thing the entire time? I was playing bots and I just never looked? Or did I bug out my weapon? Chat, someone go back in the stream. Oh, I bugged out my weapon. Okay, I bugged out. How the fuck did I bug out my weapon? I bugged it out. It's gone now. How the fuck did I bug it out? I've never seen that bug. Hacker. Yeah, you guys. I am a modder, dude. I kind of need my teammates to blow up these bug goals. I can't do it myself. How the fuck did I do it? Why does it feel harder to no-scope? I don't know why. The knives, you think? Do it again. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm not sure. You died backwards while getting spewed on, and it looked like. Use the knives when you switch to the AMR. It does feel harder to no-scope with the AMR for some reason. I've done a lot of no-scope games where like all I do is no-scope. I don't know why it feels harder. It's like there's a different neutral animation for it. Not sure. Throw an A fight, yes. Well, I mean, that's what I've been doing. Or do you mean like... Was I... Nah, I didn't do anything. Have pistol out, then swap to AMR while jumping. That's not doing it. Nah. You picked up a sample and immediately ADS. Try that. Let me find a sample. I checked the VOD. Is that exactly what happened? Fair enough. Now we gotta find a sample. What are you looking for? A sample. Should be a bunch over here. They fixed the free supplies when dropping supply pack bug. What? Oh, that's the ADS. Ah, damn. Is there only one fucking sample here? Oh, no, there's another. Oof. Nah, still not working. I don't know. The supply bug? What supply bug are you guys talking about? Oh, you guys talking about like the infinite supplies bug? That's what you guys are talking about, right? Yeah. You guys are just talking about the infinite supply bug. No, it's still there apparently, so. You also crouched. Oh, Jesus. Alright, the next one, I will pick it up, I will ADS, and I will crouch all at the same time. What do they mean by the resupply pack is not climbable anymore? If you had auto mantle on, like auto, like, mantling, you would walk up to it and it would always, like, mantle over like that. They basically removed that. But for me, I haven't done that in like, you know, a year plus because they just gave you the ability to turn off auto mantling if you didn't want it. Throwing knives, OP, dude. OP, bro. Oh god. Oh. What up, Skull? Infinite supply. Can we really call it a bug or is it an intended feature? It's a bug. What do you mean? Of course it's a bug. It's an exploit. You're dropping a supply backpack while using it to gain infinite supplies. It's a pretty big stretch if you call that an intended feature. Yeah, you kill those like 4 bugs over there, Frosty. They have dimensional storage. Yeah, they got a shulker box. Just yelled lightning bolt. I've seen that short on YouTube.
I couldn't.
Excuse me, pardon me. Oh no, that impaler arm got in the way. That's so annoying. Dun, bam, bam. Eight shots, it is 8 shots, yeah. By the way, the Leviathans are cinematic because of the lasers. Yeah, I mean, we've already played against it. It's 8 shots to the head. Used to be 12, 13, something like that. Now it's 8. Let's run a magazine to kill a charger's butt. But make sure you're hitting the squishy part, not, you know, elsewhere. Do you run the 200? Nah. 50. Leviathan now look like the PCA ships and Armor Core. Cool. Cool. Man, if you don't hit that headshot. Fortunately, I really need my team to close these bug holes because my dumb ass didn't bring anything to close a bug hole. How's pineapple feel? I don't like it still. Use the dynamite. Trust me. That thing's great. It actually feels like dynamite now. How many AMR shots to kill Volatile in perfect placement? As we just said, 6. Sorry, 8. 8. It's a magazine and plus... Well, it depends if you have 1 in the chamber, right? Remember, 7 in the chamber if you have 1 in the chamber, and 6 in the mag. But if it's a fresh mag, it would be 6 plus 2 more shots. Or 7 plus 1 shot. It's like 5, 6 shots. I can't really tell exactly how many. They're bouncing off his head. What? They're actually bouncing off his head. I'm pissed. Ow. I can't believe they would go through all that effort making so many in-depth changes only to still have it be bad. Sorry, what are we referring to? What are we ranting about? Pineapple grenade? Ah. Yeah. I don't know. Like, the optimal situation for a pineapple grenade is that there's so many enemies on your screen that it doesn't matter where the RNG lies. It hits, right? Like, but the problem is that there's too much RNG in how the pineapple operates, so it doesn't feel good. Like, that's my problem. Like, the optimal situation is that all the enemies are, like, kind of spread out over 20 meters in front of you in a nice circle, and then, you know, you'll kill a sizable amount, right? It's like, there's a lot of RNG when you shoot it, right? And there's not enough projectiles to feel, like, reliable, right? And that's where I'm just like, I'd much rather just use the dynamite, because it's like, well, at least it's a very reliable way to get the damage you want, right? So yeah, like, on paper it sounded cool. It's just in practice it separates too much. Trisagger, yeah, it's great. It already felt good to great, and now it just feels great. Slugger's already in a good spot. Now it's just even a better spot. Do you like the pineapple, unironically speaking? What do you like about it? Because I don't see myself ever bringing it. Like, if I want shrapnel, I bring frag grenade. If I want sheer damage, I bring, you know, dynamite or something else. Like, no, the arc grenade's better. The arc grenade is a lot better than the pineapple. Unironically, the arc grenade is actually, like, really good. Like, easy A tier. It's just a lot of people don't notice it because it's bugged and doesn't give you the kill counter. It's huge RNG. It's not that huge, honestly. You throw it at a pack of enemies, it's quite reliable. It's just RNG on which way it bounces. It might bounce towards you and careful. It might bounce on top of you and kill you. That's the only RNG part of it. The arc grenade also does have stunning capability, and it's heavy pen, right? Because it's an arc weapon. So, yeah, I don't know. I would prefer using the arc grenade all day. Did they do anything to any of the machine guns? No, just the stalwart because they buffed the liberator, and the liberator is basically like a, you know, it uses the same rounds, so they just buff them in tandem. I throw one below a behemoth, and he died. Tight areas of shrapnel does better. Yeah, but the same thing can just happen with other weapons, right? Like, and the thing is that I did that same thing with the behemoth, and it just bounced away from the behemoth, right? You need the rounds, like, you need like the bouncing projectiles to like land close enough or underneath the behemoth. That didn't happen for me. It just and did nothing, right? So then the optimal is like, okay, well, you just have so many enemies in front of you that of course it'll hit something. Like, I don't doubt that if you throw it underneath its butt and you get a really good, like, you know, splitting of the projectiles and they all hit its butt or around its butt, it'll one-shot it, sure. But, like, that's, like, very, like, hard and annoying to do. Dynamite, hell of a lot easier to do that because of the way it does its damage more reliably. But also, like, just, you know, what's stopping me from just taking something better? Like, I don't, like, I just feel like I would rather use, like, any grenade over it. I can't think of a grenade other than, like, smoke grenade that I would, like, that I would genuinely not take over the pineapple at this point. Like, think about it. I prefer more than before. Okay, obviously. Okay. I mean, with that terminology, all right, fine. Yeah, I mean, no one is disagreeing that it's better than it was before. I'm just like, and Octavius brought it up, right? Like, they put all this effort into changing it, but it's like, I don't want to use it. I've already tried to kill, like, a bunch of, like, flesh mobs with it. Disappointing amount of damage. I already tried to kill a bunch of, like, you know, chargers and brood commanders. Disappointing. Like, maybe it might be decent on bots, but, like, I don't know, dude. Every time I bring it, I'm just like, I kind of just wish I just brought something else, man. It's unironically just how much I think like, they're trying to, like, separate the munitions too much, which causes the rounds or, like, the munitions to fly too far apart. If the munitions didn't fly as far and it was a more condensed area, it would unironically be, like, twice as good, in my opinion, because it would overkill the enemies that are caught within it, and it would do much more reliable damage. Does that make sense? Like, I literally think the rounds just fly too far apart. I think that's the best way to describe it. What do you guys think? Right, Chief? Oh god. Oh god. Oh, Gatling Sentry, what are you doing? Pick an angle, bro. Did I hear a fucking hell bomb backpack? I think I do. He's going nuclear! We tried today. Tried what? It's supposed to be for fodder. If they just, like, move away, giving impact, might actually be good for swarms. Yeah, like, I think it'll be good for fodder if there's, like, 50 enemies in front of me. Then it, like, can't miss. But it just doesn't feel like very reliable damage. Because there's not enough projectiles that come out of it. Sniper is that? It's called the AMR, anti-material rifle. Pineapple segments home and on enemies. That'd be reliable. That'd be insane. That would be a lot better. But then I won't overshadow the normal frag grenade. The normal frag grenade is just better. Well, the thing is that the normal frag grenade is just literally better right now, Gita. You get 4 of them. It does 800 damage, medium pen, super reliable, right? But at the same time, like, this is the pineapple grenade. You would expect it to overshadow the basic rifle. It's kind of like comparing every weapon to the Liberator. Some weapons are just, well, most of the weapons are trying to be better than the base weapon you get, right? Cookout versus normal Punisher and stuff. I kind of expect that from the pineapple. You would hope so.
There has to be at least one more secondary power.
Especially, Gita, you only get 3 pineapples. That's a big change. 25% less. You know what I mean? Like, so it kind of needs to. That's on best new AR. Best new AR. None of them are new. I'm assuming you just mean like which one got buffed the best. Maybe like Lib Carbine or Lib Concussive, probably. Tenderizer didn't get much. It got durable, which is nice, but it's not like a crazy amount. Durable damage increase is still a good buff. I didn't say it wasn't, but other weapons got a damage increase and a durable damage increase. Tenderizer didn't mean much. It didn't, which I agree. But the question was, what are the best buffs? You know? So, I'd probably say, like, Lib Carbine and Liberator and Concussive got, like, I think the biggest wins. And I suspect they didn't give the Tenderizer any more damage because they didn't want it to compete with the they didn't want it to compete with the DMR, like the Diligence and stuff, so. Any difference in performance? About 10% better, at least on my rig. I'm so happy they did that to the SMGs. I gave that suggestion a ton. Like, if you've watched any of my videos in the last year, I've given that suggestion probably like a dozen times. So I'm so happy they finally went down the, all right, let's give them more damage up close, and they have more damage fall off. You know? I'm so happy they did it. Because that's what SMGs needed. They just needed to feel more lethal up close. That's the only way to differentiate them from just, you know, shorter barrel AR. You know? Still think SMGs need more ammo? We're always going to say this, though, I feel like. And the thing is that the developers don't want to give you too much ammo because they want you to be scavenging for ammo or to be using team play or to be using a stratagem like the supply backpack, right? That's just the thing, right? So they don't want to give you too much. And now that like ARs are doing more damage and SMGs are doing more damage, I think we need to play around with the weapons more before we say that again, you know?
Guys,
Pineapple's not as good as normal frag.
but
I think the normal frag's better than the pineapple personally. It's more reliable. You get 4 of them. How feel about the patch? Good. Is he ready medium armor when? I don't know. Hope soon. Defender basically was just a shorter, lower fire rate Liberator, which was weird. Yeah. Now it has a unique place. 100 damage per shot, good durable. I liked using it. It was fun. So, it's also got a massive magazine because of the weapon customization. I missed some shots there. Alright, let's see if we can... Nah. Still no third-person reticle. I don't know how the fuck I got that earlier, Ben. I somehow glitched it out earlier this mission chat, and I got a third-person reticle.
Touch the fucking terminal before we have
Yo, chill. That's been myth busted like over a year ago. Take a deep breath. It's okay. That's just like an urban legend. Are we not out? Oh, there we got enough. Jesus Christ. You hear that guy? Don't fucking touch the terminal. Like, fucking relax, man. Holy shit. It's an urban legend. You do not... When you activate the objective, it does not magically increase the number of enemies. Accelerator rifle might have good ammo now? I think so. I don't think it'll be like a star on, like, you know, bugs or anything like that. But I do think it'll have more of a place on, like, you know, Illuminant bots and stuff like that. Encountered the new Lions? Yeah, the first game we went into, Adam. As an Xbox diver, some of the old diver myths are weird because they're like, still believe in them. Never seen them. Yeah, so basically, people, if you have never heard, the Seif over here, there's a myth that if you activated the terminal to cause it to go up, it would cause more enemies to spawn and show up. Now, the way it works is that when you're like near a side objective or like a bug nest, you're more likely to get patrols coming towards you. You can kind of think of it like a heat map. Like primary objectives, secondary objectives, like fabricators and stuff like that. Just in general, more activity will be around them, right? So when you're in the vicinity, you know, it just happens. But people are like still stuck in their ways of like thinking that, oh, you hit the terminal? Oh my god, dude. More enemies are coming. No. So. And I've done both, right? Like at one point I was like, oh, maybe it actually is a thing. No, it's not. Sometimes you will just get Seif locations that are like, you know, funneling points for enemies, like because of like the way the terrain is, and they're just gonna always happen on you, right? And because you're running around on that POI and you're standing there for a while, you're just gonna have a decent amount of enemies show up. It happens. But it's not because you hit the terminal. How do you like the new Leviathans? Oh, fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. That's literally it. And the fact that they don't show up on anything other than mega cities. Chef's kiss. Fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted. Perfect feedback. Leviathans are perfect. Wouldn't change them. I would still love to see a Leviathan hunting side objective, but, you know, maybe in the future. But, like, Leviathans are definitely lethal still. They're definitely scary, very cinema. You can still kill them. You can still take off their lasers if you want to. but they're not like this annoying, you know, one-shot machine. It's definitely a very reliable dodge, right? You can, you know, if you're like even just half decently paying attention, you will dodge it. Also, because they're on mega cities, you have lots of line of sight that you can hide behind. So, it's good. Is it Zola Silo yet? No, but the changes don't require me to really change it. I know how the Soul Silo would feel if enemies don't attack it and if it was healthier. It's not something that I'm like pressed to go chest right now. I'm sure I'll use it over the next couple days, but yeah. It's a good change. I asked for it and I'm happy that it went through. But they were already discussing it before I even mentioned it. They were like, you know, feel like we should do this. Is it great for bots? For harsh on bugs? Yeah. You tried the new Rubberman? I did. I did. I think that was like the third weapon I used. Yeah, the secret grenade change was great. The dev that made the change, I believe, got it from our channel, which is cool. We were talking about it one day, and I'm not sure who mentioned it, but they said that they heard it as a discussion in our channel. Someone suggested, like, oh, I wonder if it could, you know, prioritize flying enemies. If that'd be a good change. And I was like, huh, interesting. I never thought about that. And they liked it. Also, they took my feedback of it should absolutely be able to one-shot of flying overseer, elevated overseer, which the damage increase allows it to do, which is good. Very good. $500 damage is enough. W devs, yeah. Doing good changes? Yeah, absolutely. This is, I'm sure this is the first of many though, right? Like, I'm sure we'll be getting more. So excited to finally have a reason to use dynamite. Oh, dude, dynamite feels so good. We were talking about AA turrets and that would be good, and then came up with a table as seeker. Yep, maybe. I'm not sure what it was, but they did mention like, hey, yeah, I had heard the conversation channel and it's like, oh, that's neat. Has the automaton crash once you killed X number of enemies fixed? That's a question for Claystetics, not for me. I've never had that crash once. Like literally never once. So I don't have that. Epoch is already nice for me, but now it feels like having, yeah. Epoch's an event. I would not change the Epoch one bit from what it is right now. It is perfect. 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 Which planet, how long ago maybe we would use dynamite? I can't find it. We could bring it for the next mission. But it was literally like 30 minutes ago. Last time we had this many buffs, Vision of Super Earth, then Hive Lords. The last time we had this many changes like this, it was actually the 60-day update. So about a year ago. And that was before the Illumina attack. Oh, they changed the in-country beyond measure from outstanding precision. Stability, any crashes? The audio bug on bots is still there, which causes performance issues. But as long as you don't play on some bot planets that cause it, you're fine. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, ba, dun, 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 dun. All right. Stalwart? Try it. We already have. Well, I picked it off someone else's dead body. I'm just like, is there anything else that I have not messed with that I feel like I don't think I need to mess around with the flamethrower. I know how it'll feel. It just got more ammo. Concussive. It's also some weapon. Brute commanders. Yeah, I mean, we just used it. How's the update? Good. Good. Good changes. Good changes. I don't know. We'll just kind of throw a... We'll bring the Epoch again, because I think we've been talking about it. We'll bring the... I don't know. We'll just spam it a lot. We'll bring that. Keep that on. And then, has he used the pineapple? Yes, I don't like it. But let's put on the actual good grenade. The dynamite. I love that they sit next to each other. It's kind of cute. Oh, let's bring a different weapon. I mean, since we were talking about it, we'll bring the tenderizer, I guess. Put the grenade pistol back on. Actually, we don't need the grenade pistol. We have the Epoch. Put the verdict on. Watching the Dead Patch Reno video they posted in the meantime. Is he positive about the chat? Chat, is he asking me a question? Yeah, I'm positive, dude. Don't worry, you can just ask me. Thanks, dude. No worries. It's not a perfect patch, but it's a great one, I would say. I'm sure you'll see some negativity here and there about it, which is warranted. You know, audio bugs still there. Some people having some issues with lockup still, but overall, good balance patches and a lot of bug fixes. Game performance is improved. So, like, it's a good first patch. I'm sure we'll get more. They've already said they're not going back to, like, content immediately. They want to do more. So, cool. Hope you're enjoying the patch. Did the new router tomorrow morning, so I'll be able to play tomorrow. It's cool. Cool, Vash. Oh, yeah. Nice. Cutting down on file size. Yep. It is lower. I'm excited for performance to see what impacts someone like me on older hardware. I look forward to you telling me. It's about 10% performance on my PC, but I'd be interested to know what it is on your PC. You know? Let me know. I find that I think 10% is a good number for me. In the craziest of moments, it's about 10% higher, and in the you know, the deadest of moments, about 10% higher, so. Punisher Plasma. I really liked Punisher Plasma. Probably the biggest winner of the patch, other than Epoch. Or Dynamite. No, Dynamite. Dynamite's really fucking good. In about an hour or so, we're going to record a video. To put out there, because I'm sure a lot of people have questions. So stick around for that. I'll be going over basically everything in the patch today. Gone up against the new Leviathans, of course. It was our first mission. Resupply back is over climb. Yeah, that was a funny change. I kind of forgot that was a thing because I turned off auto mantling like a year ago. But good for those who don't turn it off. Did you mention the reprimand? Yeah, I read your comment and mentioned that I used it already. I used it in my second or third game. How many smoke breaks you going on, Big Chief? Holy shit. Good shit there. All bad? No, you're fine, dude. I just thought it was funny, man, I swear. Look, we've been in this process a couple times now. Good thing I sold that knife. Yeah, I heard it's going down in the skin market because they're allowing trade-ups, right, Burke? Something like that? I can't remember. Something like that, right? Well, overall CPU usage is still 100%, but I'm better for sure, but I'm on an older i7. Yeah, I don't think your CPU usage will ever change, Word God, on an older CPU. Like, my CPU usage is the same, and I'm on a 7800X3D. But I will say, you're getting more performance for that CPU usage. Does that make sense? Like, I'm getting the same percentages in my task manager for the game, but I am noticing I'm getting about 10% for that, right? Yeah, rug pulled, basically. What's the average price gone down by, Burke? I'm curious. Burke, I hope this is a lesson to never gamble, bro. You make me worried when you talk about knives, man. I don't want to see another one of my friends get stuck in that. FPS is more consistent? More or less, yeah. When Windows 11 takes up 15%, like just idle, you just sitting there, 15% of your CPU is being used? What? That's insane. Like you don't have any background tasks? Like you're sure that you don't have anything on? How's the update? Good, Cosmic. It's good. It's good. Not perfect. There's some like odd changes here and there. Is that a Soul Asylum? What was that? I'm like nervous that was a Soul Asylum. I saw that green laser. Gotta be P-Hub. I spend very little. I know, but you work. See, that's how they get you, dude. You spend very little, and then you turn into a gambling addict. Dude, I've seen it. I saw a friend go through the same thing. He opened like 10 cases. He got like $100 profit, and he turned into a gambling addict. I'm sorry, but I had flashbacks. Like, that's the thing. CSGO cases are worse than actual just normal gambling. Just like open up Teams, Excel. Anything else with that 40% of your RAM is used and 20-30% of your CPU are used? What the fuck? Dude. I'm just gonna stay on Windows 10. What the hell? That's insane. Insane, that's a word, put it mildly. Yeah, yeah. What the hell? Now, I think I'll be staying on Windows 10 for a bit longer. Yeah, Cosmic, I'm not happy. I was with Annie, I was hanging out with her, and we were just like chilling. And it was about an hour had passed, and all of a sudden I went to the washroom, come back, and Annie's like panic texting me, like telling me like, the patch came out, And I was like, oh, fuck. Not only do I have to come in on my day off, quote unquote, but also I'm late, right? I was an hour and a half late. So I felt bad because I was late, and I felt bad because I didn't want to stream today, right? As my day off. I was in this mindset of just chillax and, you know, rest and relax, you know? So it didn't feel good today when I saw the patch come through, I'll be honest. I was probably the only person in the HG2 community that was actually mad that the patch came out early. Appreciate the sacrifice. Well, I appreciate you guys, so at the end of the day, it's the job. It is what it is. Yeah, the reason why you might be like, well, why did you take the day off? Well, they said in their update that they like, oh, the patch is gonna come out on Friday, and if not, it might come out over the weekend if we can't get it ready in time. And they're like, oops, surprise! When I read that, I face-bombed. It's kind of like having a due date on a project at work, and then all of a sudden the customer comes back and tells you, yeah, I need that a day earlier. That's what it kind of felt like. Dude, thank you for the 20 over on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat. That's so kind. Thank you for coming in on your day off. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice of you. Appreciate you so much. Just a heads up, by the way, for everybody on YouTube. I've been streaming on my alternate YouTube channel, so it doesn't affect my viewership of my views, my videos. Maplewood_TV on YouTube. If some of you are like, oh my god, he's finally back on YouTube. I've been streaming on YouTube the entire time. I've just been on an alternate channel. Just heads up on that. Is the Epoch finally good? The Epoch was always good. Just people weren't very good at using it. And then on top of that, they buffed it and made it even more usable. I spent entire streams trying to convince people and show them that the Epoch is actually quite good. It's just people weren't very good at using it. But you know what the Epoch is now? It's great, not just good. Does frame rate stutter feel substantially better? I never got frame rate problems or stuttering if I didn't play on a bot planet. The audio bug is still in the game on bot planets, and that audio bug causes frame rate stuttering and freezing. So certain bug planet or bot planets will do that to you. I'll probably still stick with the Quasar. It's just easier to use, so I don't blame you. But if you feel like putting the time in, the Quasar has some competition for sure. The thing is that the Quasar is just way easier to use, so it'll probably win out in many people's minds. It's, you know. Yeah, they fixed that about a month plus ago, Jay. Ever since they fixed the accuracy, the Epoch has been very usable. It's been good. And then when they, you know, in this recent patch, it's now just, it's great. It's great. Is the Coyote get nerfed? No. No, not at all. It got nerfed relatively, but no, it didn't get touched necessarily. So the loadout crash is back. I'm not getting it for myself, but I also don't fuck around on the loadout too much, so. Can't play unless I use the same primary? That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. So even if you just change primaries in the loadout, like, are you on the armory screen or the loadout before a mission? Can you change the weapon before you go to the loadout screen? Just retype it, mid-wit final boss. Just retype it. Instead of asking me to go back to your previous message. It's already scrolled. The armory screen? Well, just change it in the loadout when you're choosing your mission. You can still play. You can change your primary in that loadout screen, like when you're like picking your stratagems and stuff. Can Evox blow up sport spewers? Yeah. Can it blow up bot ships? Yeah. It's always been able to blow up sport spewers, and bot ships it wasn't able to, but now it can. Which weapon equipment do you think had the biggest buffs? Dynamite is probably the biggest winner of the patch. I think that's pretty obvious. Punisher Plasma feels very good though. That was a big jump. I don't know if Sea Grenade is that big of a change. There's no doubt it's a good change. It's big, but I don't know if I'd say it's the biggest. It's kind of middle of the pack. So that right there is like a great example of why the Purifier does so well. Is that, you know, you're not waiting for that cooldown every time between shots. You're just reloading. So as long as you're good enough to position yourself to reload, your damage per second, right, your shots per minute is exponential. Right? And then you can start doing things like that. You start the first part of the reload, and then the second part for the Epoch on the second, like, feels great. Aren't the damage increases for the autocannon Slugger insane too, or am I just alone here? The auto cannon change is nice. It can one-tap Hulks now, but it's not as crazy as like the other ones. Like the dynamite change was like insane. Slugger, no, it's not really hitting crazy breakpoints that it wasn't kind of hitting before. I think a lot of people just didn't realize that the Slugger was actually in a good spot for a while now. People just kind of forgot it existed, I think, to some extent. Now, one that we haven't talked about is the AMR. The AMR feels better, but once again, it's like the AMR was in a pretty good spot prior to this patch. The Slugger can one-tap Overseers from further away, but it's less of a problem now because they've nerfed Overseers. Especially elevated Overseers. So when do we get a scope for the railgun? Probably never, because the AMR is supposed to be a long-range precision rifle. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. How's performance? About 10% better. That's my estimate. Didn't feel like Elevated Overseers really deserved a nerf. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people who absolutely hate them and have a really hard time playing against them. Particularly people on controller. Elevated Overseers were very obnoxious if they didn't bring very particular weapons that kind of just destroyed them or auto-aimed. Now it doesn't require nearly as good tracking in order to kill them. I should have killed them. That's weird. River changes. I literally just finished the conversation of talking about it. I'd highly recommend rewinding about 3 minutes into the stream just to stop myself from saying the same piece of information for the third time in a row. So I just tuned in? No, you're all good, dude. I get it. I'm just trying to help you out. Damn. Got the whole army on me. If you wonder why I turn there, it's because I know it comes at a perpendicular angle, and I want a longer strip of fire. Gotcha, Maple. Dynamite is great. Pineapple is kind of basically. Big question, as I know why adding a new weapon will screw with other functions of the code. I hope it will fix all the Boolean code. Will happen no way that adding dedicated new item created random new bugs. So I'm assuming you know a lot about programming, right? Like anytime you touch anything in a piece of code, there's a chance that something goes wrong, right? So when they add like the de-escalator is a great example of that. When they added the de-escalator, they realized there was a bunch of problems with the status effects of the game, right? And up until that point, it hadn't reared its head. It was always in the game, it was always a problem, but it was never meaningful enough that they needed to do anything about it. So they actually had to make changes and rectify it when they added the de-escalator. Same with the pacifier. That gun it was very apparent there was something funky with the status effect system when they added that weapon. So yeah, it's a brand new weapon, but it's using old systems that had flaws, but those flaws weren't really apparent at the moment, right? We had no idea that status effects were that, borked, right? And it didn't really affect gameplay. But then they obviously had to do something about it, right? But it's tech debt in general, right? When you have 100 plus people working on, millions of lines of code, shit might go wrong. That's just, programming, right? Every time you change something, something else could go wrong. No team of programmers is going to be perfect, especially when you're on a timetable of a month between patches, right? So, but I'm glad they're taking a stance here to make sure they clean up as much tech debt as possible before moving forward. And hopefully they have more of an emphasis in the future. How are the new Seekers? Good on Illuminate. I think would be the primary way to use them. One-shotting elevated overseers and just more reliably going for them. That's awesome. I think they got a very sizable bump versus the Illuminate faction. And then, the random new bugs are not that random also. You talk about them it's completely unrelated bugs and stuff like that. But no, they are related. The audio bug, for instance, is them overhauling the audio engine for Caves, the Caves update. They added echoing and reverb, right, in the megacities before the Caves update came out, which created a large audio issue in the rest of the game. So it's not unrelated. There is a connection point between the two of them. But should they have taken longer and made sure that no problems came in with that change? Absolutely. And that's just tech debt. They were working too fast and not making sure that they're cleaning up unforeseen problems that come along with adding things. Out of respect on pausing content to fix the game? Yeah, for sure. It's the right thing to do. I hope they don't pause it for too long and they don't feel like they need to fix literally everything. But I do hope that, they take their time to get at least, the vast majority, right? But at the same time, I think the Helldivers fan base is dedicated enough that even if you did pause it for a month or two, I don't think it would really hurt the longevity of the game as long as they make good changes. People will come back. Less ragdolls on bots is welcome, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people are getting into that, what I coin as ragdoll fatigue. all Helldivers get to that point eventually where they just have ragdoll fatigue. Ragdoll stops being funny and starts just being annoying if it happens too much. New question. Once you call an extract and it arrives, how long does it wait until the timer starts? It doesn't start. It doesn't count down until that timer in the top right-hand corner hits 0. That's when you have to leave. But if that timer doesn't hit 0, you got all the time in the world, buddy. Yeah, exactly. XLV. That's what I try to explain the devs to as much as possible, is that, you know, ragdoll is a core mechanic of the game, and it's, you know, good that it's here, but too much ragdoll is very apparent. And it definitely happens, especially on the harder difficulties, when there's a lot of the offenders, aka like Rocket Striders, Rocket Devastators, you know, War Striders, things of that nature, right? You stop being able to play the game and you're just spending like most of the time just on the ground ragdolled. And yes, the Epoch can one-shot a charge. You just gotta hit him in the butt. And that was true before the patch. Ooh, shit. That was close. Interesting. In that situation, I wouldn't have time to fully charge it, so I did 2 small shots, like 2 normal shots on the Epoch, and it was enough to kill its butt. So if ammo's not as much a concern, like ammo economy, it's a good thing to do. Oh, what the? Where did you come from? That hurt. Dun, dun. I think I'm gonna bleed out. Can I get to this and use it? No. Why aren't you putting your head on the ground, buddy? Took my gun. Something good? Yes, but it is definitely the first of many. I wouldn't say like you have to come back and play now or anything like that. What the fuck just happened? Oh, I think one of the guys has the armor that like has an explosion when he dies. That had to be what happened there. Have you tried rupture bugs? I don't think they're on the map yet. Last time we checked, they weren't there. Who uses that? I don't know. Like, I think we're gonna get up to the ship, and I'm gonna be like, I'm pretty sure he used that. Looks like one of them shot the ground with the Epoch. Was that what happened? It didn't look like an Epoch shot. It looked like just a normal grenade, like from the armor. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. We'll see in a second if anyone's wearing the armor. Then we'll know. Maybe he did just shoot the ground. I think the guy on the right's wearing the armor. My character just left. Yeah, he is. He is wearing it. Yep. That's exactly why we died. This guy's armor. He died, and then his armor blew up the other two guys. Oof. Oof. He has 2 accidentals. Yep, makes sense. GG's. That is hilarious. I learned that Twitch has rewind on desktop, like YouTube. Yeah, you have to be sub to the channel or have Twitch Turbo at the moment. I think in the future it'll go to all people. The patch patching. If the patch has patched and it is patching while being helpful. Maple also puts pineapple on pizza. I do. It's fucking delicious. Wrong game, pal. I'm at work, Reese. I'm not on vacation anymore, okay? Pineapple is the top 3 toppings on pizza. I don't know if I put top 3. Like hot peppers, tomato sauce, mozzarella cheese, you know, like pepperoni. You know, those are, you know what I mean?
Surprise, motherfucker.
You know, bacon, ham. But like pineapple, I'd say top 10. A little basil. Oh. Cheese and sauce are not toppings. Those are requirements for a pizza. Well, sauce and cheese are automatics. Hey, man. They're technically toppings. Tomato sauce doesn't count as a topping, though. I mean, you could substitute it, though, for other sauces, though, right? There are people that use different types of sauces on... Think about it. It's a topping. Alfredo pizza is spectacular. Hey, there's someone right there. Those people are wrong. Oh god, the petist elitists are here. Does bro play the game? Nah, we just talk about pizza all day. Welcome. I just get kicked from lobbies, and then I have random people in chat ask if I'm playing the game, even though they've only been in chat for about a minute. Sorry. Sorry, your question was a bit hostile. Maple should be arrested for putting pineapple on pizza. That's crazy. Like, that's lunacy. Next, you guys are gonna tell me that, like, you know, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are only allowed to be strawberry jam. Like, what are you gonna do next, huh? It's funny, I actually am Italian though. Yo, Gruelers, thank you for the tier months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Do they make weapons fun again? Well, I think weapons were already fun, but do they make more weapons fun? Yeah. A little bit of a rage bait kind of question, but yeah, more weapons are fun. They are better. We are more powerful. Those kind of answers deserve a sass question like that. That is crazy. Really? The durable damage difference is big, Cookies. But it kind of depends on which one you're referring to. I forgot to swap my primary. Give me the TLDR. Light pen weapons deal more damage on average and have more durable damage. AMR one-shots Hulks and in general just does more damage now. Autocannon also one-shots Hulks and does more damage now. Epoch is more usable and can close bug holes. Dynamite is actually PogChamp and does a lot of the things that we were asking for, aka killing Bile Titan holes and just being, you know, better in general. Shit, I don't have anything to kill that. I unironically have to do the hacking. War Striders now actually have a weak point and less ragdoll in general on the bot front because projectiles now have to like hit you to ragdoll you for the laser cannon turrets and stuff like that. And they don't seem to ragdoll you as much in general. AMR is good now. AMR was already good and great in some situations. Now it's just fucking bonkers. I love when people ask that kind of a question. Is blank good now? Not realizing that it was already good. Now it's just even better. Pineapple good now? Personally, I don't think so. I don't really care for the changes in the pineapple. I don't think the pineapple is honestly that good. I think it's better. But it's not enough for me to, you know, really call home about. I'm not that impressed. Anything new to the game loop? It's not one of those kind of patches, Guts. Did you just lure the Titan to the tower on purpose? Yeah. I needed something to destroy it. I didn't bring anything to destroy it in this loadout. Well, I do. Dynamite, but I need more ammo. Speaking of which. The escalator does feel better. I just feel like it needs a little more oomph still, though. Hello, Carol. Carol. What are you blabbering about right now? Scaring me, dude. Then doing arc thrower shots over my head. That's just asking for trouble. Do you remember them mentioning powered ragdoll? What's powered ragdoll? I don't think I know the reference. They changed the ergonomics of the AMR? No, it's still the same. Can a detonator destroy bot fabricators from outside now? Yes. The AMR feels the same handling-wise, but honestly, it feels so powerful now. It's kind of insane. Are you a Ferrari F1 fan? I'm just an F1 fan. I don't really support one team. Use the pacifier since the patch. Would be interesting to see how it is now. I haven't used it yet. The update isn't that surprising. But maybe we'll use it after this mission. Optimize physics by enabling powered ragdolls. When I don't know what that means. Never mentioned it before. Not that I know of. What is durable damage as compared to normal damage? So let's take an enemy, for instance. Let's say the automaton gunship. Its engines, formerly, I don't know if they still are, used to be 50% durable parts. So in order to destroy an engine on that, you would have to use durable damage to do a good amount of it, right? Because 50% of your regular damage and 50% of the damage taken will be also durable. So let's say a weapon like the autocannon. I think it's like 200. It does 200 regular damage, 200 durable damage, right? And they work in tandem, but not all weapons are like that. So if you look at like the patch notes, there's quite a few weapons that do like 90 damage and 22 durable damage. So some parts are like 100% durable, right? So only the durable damage is taken into account when, you know, doing damage to it, right? I would recommend reading up on it on the wiki as like a better explanation, but you know, off the top of my head, I think pretty good explanation. Just think of it like as parts on enemies, they require a special type of damage to do more damage to them, right? Rather than just doing raw damage to the overall health bar. So to break things, you need durable damage. Kind of like that. So increasing durable damage on some of these weapons will make actually a rather large difference in how they feel against, like, let's say destroying a Brute Commander's head. Right? You're going to now be able to destroy a Brute Commander's head with a lot of these weapons a lot easier. Because you're doing much more durable damage than before. Oh, I thought he would stun there. Ba, da. It's patch out yet? Yeah, it came out early. Trying not to kill my teammate there. I heard Helldivers has caves. Yeah, it has had caves for about almost 2 months now when we got the Hive Worlds. You should have such a mission, maybe. Probably not. But you can find, you know, hundreds of hours of content on YouTube, buddy. So, how long until everybody makes new tier lists now they're outdated? I'll probably be working on my new tier list fairly soon. I don't know if I'll be able to get them out before Arc Raiders. But that's kind of the goal in a way. Like, I think today I'm going to do a YouTube video on, like, just discussing the changes in general. And then in a day or so, you know, once I've, like, figured out how the update is, you know, doing kind of like a deep dive and, like, updating my tier lists. Talking about where they were and where they are now. Out of ammo. I mean, that's the plan in 2 days or so. I mean, we still have 7+ days for Arc Raiders. So the shader cache outdated? I mean, I'd still recommend doing it before this update, but Carl, I still don't delete my shader cache. I haven't deleted my shader cache in 9 months. You do it an excessive amount. I don't think you need to do it that much. If I recall correctly, Liberator was always B rank, slid into A. I don't know about that, because remember, a lot of things got buffed. So it's all relative, right? Because a lot of things have moved up, has the Liberator moved up enough to deserve to be an A, right? Because I'm not going to, like, front load my thing. Because at the end of the day, it's all relative to, like, whatever the best weapon in the game is. And how other weapons are performing, right? I'm surprised I managed to 6-shot that guy. What the fuck? That guy must have been weak, right? What the patch? Is there a video for it? It literally came out a couple hours ago, so no video yet. But I will be recording the video in less than an hour if you hang on. If you want to watch, the Arrowhead put out a video for their own patch notes, where they read through and talked about the most important ones. Ugh. Yes, gonna kill Baltines as fast as before. I'm not sure. After I just killed that guy, I'm a bit curious about that. Might have to do another mission with this weapon. Unless I could find a Baltine all by himself. They fixed technical issues. They have. I'm not sure if they fixed yours in particular. I've only ever heard of one case of a quote-unquote motherboard being fried, so I'm not sure. Because there is such thing as correlation does not equal causation. You know, you could play any game and something could happen. I'm not sure if it was necessarily Helldivers for that particular instance. Being in IT, it is very, very unlikely the game fried the motherboard. That's more or less my point, right? Frame drops. The audio bug is still there, which causes frame drops. But it's only for the bot front on certain planets. But I'd recommend going through the patch notes, since you seem to be asking about very specific stuff. Strange blending in the skybox. Now and then. This is before? What do you mean? I mean, it's the cloud cover and then the skybox. Rupture's back? Not yet. Bum, 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 bum. So I'm gonna Baltine would show up. Try and get the 6th shot. But we're gonna get on our next mission. Dun 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 dun. How's patch? Good, Moss. Good. Dun, 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 dun. Excited to play with the light pen son? Oh yeah. Glad to hear it. I saw it. It's like bad looped video with the resetting clouds. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Oh! Oh, I saw it! Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. I saw it! I saw it! Yeah, I don't know what that is. I haven't seen that before. I know what the hell you guys are talking about now. It's like for a split second, it like does like two different like cloud patterns. It's weird. Yeah, I've never noticed that before. But I also don't look at the sky very often, so. Chat is not always crazy, just mostly crazy. True. Not playing very hard if you're looking at cloud patterns. Yeah. It's probably like the shaking planets, skybox. Sometimes things go sideways. I don't know. I'm not sure. Samir did like harvesters, the eruptor weapon, get a change. I feel like it takes more shots to kill harvesters with the eruptor. It has always been very RNG to get kills versus harvesters with the eruptor. Because of the way that harvester's arms work and how eruptor deals its damage. You're basically shotgun blasting the shrapnel pellets to the harvester leg. So if you just don't hit from the right angle or just get blatantly unlucky, it could take way more. That's why I don't necessarily recommend the eruptor for killing a harvester, because you can get some lightning fast kills. You can like essentially one shot a harvester, or it could take like 5 shots, 6 shots. Sphinx, thank you so much for the tier 1 15 months. Welcome back, bud. So there's no changes to your eruptor or the harvester in the patch notes. When I played against the Illuminate earlier, it did not seem like it had any changes. So that's why I'm wrapping it up to just RNG of the shrapnel. Wonder if it was like related to that. Like the anatomy, if you like hit underneath, you can like crack the legs easier. Nah, it's... I believe... I think you could also look at it like if there are like good crevasses that you can shoot at, you know, that maybe get like a better pooling of the shrapnel. But for the most part, it's just very RNG, right? Like just when you shotgun blast that leg, sometimes a lot of the projectiles will hit the leg and sometimes very few at the leg. And that will make a big difference. I like the eruptor on Harvester for Staggerlog. Oh, for sure, it's very good at that. Yeah. Because like the only consistent thing about the eruptor is the explosive damage, and the eruptor legs are very explosive resistant, so makes a big difference. Thank you so much for the Prime, Necro Zero. Appreciate you. Thanks so much for the support. Talking to YouTube chat? Yeah, I'm talking to both chats. Why aren't they on stream? They are. You'll see. Oh, are they not showing up in the chat window? It's because I'm using my main YouTube channel today, not the alternate YouTube channel that I normally take. Quick, just a heads up, everybody. This is not normally the YouTube channel that I stream off of. I normally stream off of Maplewood_TV. I made this channel about a month ago. And this is just the YouTube channel that this is obviously the one that you're watching on that I post my videos, but I noticed that when I stream on this channel and upload videos, my videos do far worse when I stream every day on it. So I have an alternate channel. This is kind of a special occasion because of the patch. I decided to stream on this channel. For the AMR and other snipers, what does changing the range do? More zoom. It's more magnification of the sight. More zoom. Doesn't really change anything else. Rupture's kind of like the Airburst launcher. Mm-hmm. Similar. I thought you changed the name. No, so like this is my video channel, and then I have, same as my Twitch, Maplewood_TV. You'll find it on YouTube. It's a picture of Luna as the thing, and I'm like, no idea how you managed to miss that. Except for Mondays, yeah. Mondays are my day off. Well, today was supposed to be my day off, but this patch said otherwise. While we matchmake, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be like 30 seconds. Oh, hi, Luna. I didn't even realize Luna's here. Boop. All right. I'm going to bring the de-escalator one more time just because I got a weird interaction where I actually six-shot that one Bile Titan. I was like, dude, what? How did I six-shot him? I feel like I shouldn't be able to do that. So let's bring it one more time. But we will swap out some other stuff. Like, let's put on a different primary weapon. We can put on the pacifier. People have been asking about that, and we'll put on the grenade pistol just so we're more useful, and we'll keep the dynamite because I think the dynamite is fantastic. I see now. Can tell it first. Other games than Helldivers. Heresy. Hey man, I'm a gamer. I like playing video games. Wonder if they changed the elevated overseers. You can now one tap on the head with the eruptor. Or like one tap the jetpack. I think you might be able to one tap them in general with the Eruptor. I haven't tested it, but it's a big change. They are quite weak. How's the new pineapple? I didn't like it. I'll be honest. It's better. There's no doubt it's better. I just underwhelmed would be the word for it. Especially when you compare it to the dynamite and how good the dynamite is now. I feel like the pineapple still needs some love. How old's your cat? She should be turning, what, 3? 4? She should be turning 4. This, like, in a month, basically. I gotta double check her birthday. I didn't pick up my de-escalator. Wait, did someone else pick up my de-escalator? Wait. No, I have it in my hand. What the hell did my brain just do? Any reason to watch on YouTube over Twitch? Just preference? It's preference mostly. Some people would prefer the UI of YouTube, and some people... Well, okay. When I stream on my main channel, it's better quality on YouTube. Unfortunately, I can't stream on higher quality on Twitch. But when I'm on my alternate channel, because I'm not like a partnered YouTuber yet on my alternate channel, it's just 1080p. I need more subscribers to get the better quality on my second YouTube channel. Ooh, okay, perfect. Well, we got our guy. Just need him to follow me. No? Yeah, I guess we just got like a lucky fluke or something? I think this is the other guy. He like stepped in front of his friend. Wait, that... Okay. So you can 6-shot it in the head? The first guy I just missed, maybe? Yeah, maybe I just missed one. Alright, interesting. So with the buff to the de-escalator, it's actually kind of good against Ball Titans. I just wasn't hitting all headshots before. I was just being silly and just kind of spamming it. YouTube in general has better stream quality. Twitch has better chat. It depends on the stream. YouTube just allows for better bit rates that Twitch doesn't allow for. So one shot's enough to stun a hunter. It's like one to 2 shots for a warrior. Seems like one shot doesn't always do it. Wonder what a brood commander's like. Ow. Stop it. Let's do a triple check on this. Oh, I missed. That's like low. So, should be like one more shot to break head. Apparently I missed more than one. Yeah, it's like 6 to 7 shots, it seems. There's a little bit of RNG maybe due to the nature of how it does its damage, aka it does like an explosion and the arcs go in all directions, right? Someone was saying it takes 5 shots to stun things. I don't know about that. Maybe they were talking about a brood commander? Yeah, brood commanders take a while. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's like 4. Let's get him again. Are you actually stuck? You dumbass. Come here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought it was 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seems like if you hit him in the head, it makes more of a difference. This guy's like AFK. I don't know where the fuck he's going. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seems like hitting him in the head does make a difference, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 3 to the body, maybe? Not sure. Getting weird with all. It's like 3 to 5 shots, which is not bad. That's pretty good for a stun. Gun is that? This is the pacifier. De-escalator immunity thing still happen? Immunity? Immunity? What do you mean by immunity? I'm pretty sure it doesn't get you know, constitutional immunity or, you know, immunity to perjure or any other immunity. Viral immunity. What immunity are we talking about? Before this patch, the user was completely immune to the arcs, but it would kill teammates like it should. Was it really doing that? Dude, I had no idea it was doing that. I'll be honest, I didn't really use the escalator very much. I didn't really use the de-escalator very much, like, last patch. Like, I used it a couple times, and, you know, obviously I didn't shoot any rocks. That's insane, okay. What the fuck? I didn't even know that was a thing. That's hilarious. Cool. Well, thank you. No, they didn't fix it. Well, remember, it doesn't do damage to you, but it does damage to your teammates, so be careful. It was weird because it was definitely doing it on Hive Worlds. I don't know how it broke it or did. Maybe there was a patch that changed it? I don't know. That's weird. Like, the de-escalator feels pretty good. Now that I know you can actually fight, like, 6 to 7 tap a Brood Commander in the head, it definitely makes me appreciate it more. I just didn't realize I was missing. I thought it was like 8 to 10 still. Gonna do a rock tier list. Yeah, that one, S tier. Technical problems, stutters, disconnects, auto spiraling, PC locking. PC locking I've never seen before, and as far as I understand, it's only happened to some people. I don't know if it's really happening still en masse. Some people are reporting it's still happening. A lot of people are saying it's fixed. I don't know. The audio stutters and stuff like that, that is still happening on bot planets and some bot planets in particular. If you go to some bot planets, you start to get the audio bug and you continue playing, you don't restart, it'll get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. But that's been the case for about a month and a half now. That's still in the game. They still need to fix it, but they've said they're still working on it. There is going to be another patch. Disconnects, that's just internet being the internet. That I don't know what to talk about with that one. I don't think that's really something they can fix. That's just the internet. PC locking for batch was so bad. Yeah, I never had it, so I don't know how to comment on it. I never had it with my setup once, and you guys know how much I play, so. Oh, that's so awkward that he hit me like that. Excuse me, pardon me. For chat, disable crossplay and you'll likely get less disconnects. Really? I haven't noticed that. I play with crossplay on all the time. The only times I really find I'm disconnecting is when my internet is having problems. If you don't mind, can you try hitting the ball tight in the belly with the escalator? I don't recommend it. Just hit him in the head. I can tell you it's not very good because I've been doing that previous to this game. You shouldn't dismiss things because you didn't experience them, just saying. I didn't dismiss them. I'm just telling you I can't answer it because I haven't gotten them. You shouldn't assume that someone's dismissing what you're saying just because... I don't understand. I don't know. I never dismissed it. I understand some people are getting lockups. I never got them, so I can't comment on if they're better or not. Just saying. Hey, Zephyr. It's a good copy pass you got. Where'd you get that? Some people are just rage baiting, dude. They just want to be mad. Like, dude, I never dismissed anything about it. I'm not sure what causes the issues to be there. All I can say is that I haven't experienced them before or after the patch at all. So I'm probably the wrong person to answer a question like that. You probably want to find someone who actually has had problems previously. Right? Asking someone who hasn't had problems will be very fruitless. How's the escalator buff? Honestly, pretty good. At first, I wasn't enjoying it that much. I was like, yeah, it still feels like it needs more. But honestly, now I'm getting into the vibe with it. It feels pretty good. My initial first reaction was not super positive, but I think it is definitely sweetened over time. I'm so inconsiderate for not having problems with my game, so I can answer that question. Next time, I will have more problems with my game, so I can answer the question better. My bad. In notable performance gains, about 10% FPS, more or less. Some people are reporting much steadier frame times. For me, no difference. Same frame times. But definitely, you know, I'd say around 10% on the highs and lows. Solid. You still will get the audio bug, which will cause stuttering and some amount of freezing on bot planets. We did get that on one bot planet. What was it? Fenmire? Don't go to Fenmire. I can tell you that right now. Don't go to Fenmire. But the other bot planet that we went to, Tarsh, was fine. We didn't get the audio bug at all. The audio bug is unfortunately still in the game. It's good to have your GPU at 95, 100% usage. That's actually where it should be. That means you're fully utilizing your GPU, and that's a good thing. Arguably, it's the best state it could be in, because if it was lower than that, you're most likely CPU bound in that situation, which will actually create a lot of instability as far as frame timings. You'll have a smoother experience if you're GPU bound than CPU bound, usually. So it's not good to have 100% CPU. No, that means you're very CPU bound. It would be better to be 100% GPU bound than CPU bound. That's TNT, right? Yeah. Have you used the pineapple? Yeah, I was underwhelmed by it. I didn't love it that much. Ooh, that's awkward. I guess I'll remove the FPS lock then. FPS locks are good though, you know? Maybe just raise it. You know? If you don't mind an FPS lock, it can actually help a lot with, like, you know, just frame stability in general. Save you some power. Does it at least look cooler? Yeah, I'd say it looks cooler. Yeah, I think that's fair. Dynamite seems to have its uses now. Oh, yes. Yes. It definitely has some uses. I like the pacifier. It's definitely more useful now. I do think the Liberator Concussive is better than the pacifier, but an FPS lock useful with FreeSync G-Sync. It's less necessary, but it's useful for other things. Because G-Sync the purpose of it, and FreeSync, the purpose of it is to dynamically move your monitor's like refresh rate, right? To match whatever your FPS is at, right? So technically you shouldn't need a frame lock to get a very stable, you know, experience with your monitor. Jesus. Okay. Dude, there's so many enemies. Oh my god. Is the FPS locking game any better? I don't know. All I can tell you is probably don't use the one in game. You know, use the one in like your NVIDIA or AMD settings. It's usually the best. Riva Tuner, the one that's part of MSI Afterburner, is also a really good option. How's performance of the game now? About 10% better. The audio bug is still present on bot faction though, so you will have frame stutters and audio like lockups on the bot faction on certain planets. Well, hello there. Let's go this way. The footstep sound for Ball Titans and Chargers, though, so much louder. Sorry for the caps. No, I just assumed you were yelling from the back of the room. It's all good. I read it like you were yelling. $81 degrees, yeah. I would say, you know, as far as PC components, anything below like 85, 90, you're more than fine. Yeah, you want a little bit of headroom just in case like room ambient temperature goes up, or, you know, just in general, just a higher PC load, or, you know, dust collecting on your computer. But it's more than okay to have a PC component running around 80. Been watching the Blue Jays. There's a couple outside my window. Why? I feed them peanuts. Why? What about... Are your Blue Jays doing anything weird? Do you have any goal in Helldivers at the moment, or are you just enjoying playing? It's my job. Toronto Blue Jays. Oh, what, those guys? I hear they're on a bit of a winning streak, huh? Nah, I don't watch baseball. I don't really watch sports, honestly. I watch motorsport. Watch a little bit of esports. I watch the Olympics from time to time. Do you feel having HG2 as a job has ruined it all for you? Like, do you get, like, burnt out? Of course I get burnt out. I try to do burnout mitigation, right? By playing other games on stream and just in general, you know. You know, trying to not focus too much on the game. Like, you'll notice when I'm playing HG2, sometimes you're gonna see me play... I'm gonna be looking at the screen less than you guys are. I'll actually be reading chat and running around and like using my peripheral vision to play the game more than actually like doing that. And that's just like burnout avoidance, right? So I look for interesting conversations in chat and just like interesting conversations in general, either about the game or, you know, stuff like that. Then the World Series could be their first championship in 1993. Damn! Might have to start paying attention. Oh my god. Morley, thank you for the 8 months tier 1. Appreciate you. Gaslighting with the Blue Jays? What are you talking about? I'm not gaslighting. There's Blue Jays outside the window. I'm being serious. Am I playing dumb? Absolutely. I love playing dumb. How does the de-escalator feel with the buff? My initial reaction was pretty piss poor, I'll be honest. It didn't feel that much better. But the more I use it, the more I'm like, good. Good. 6 to 7 shots to a Bile Titan's head. Kills it. You know? Quite reliable at killing, like, hordes of, bugs. I haven't used it really on the other factions, but at least on bugs, man, I'm enjoying it. This is probably one of the better factions to use it on, obviously. Interesting conversations with chat that were cooked. Yeah, when I'm not getting the same question 15 million times a day, you know, we usually have pretty nice conversations around here. What do you think that Dynamite would fall on your tier list now that it's good? A? For bugs, it would be like A+, just because of the utility of being able to blow up a Bile Titan hole, very useful. You don't need it to blow up a Bile Titan hole, unless you're like on a hive world, really. But like killing ability, A. On other factions, A. Like it feels nice to use. It's good. It's kind of like a buffed up, like explosive, high explosive grenade, like the one that you start the game with. It's kind of like a buffed up version of that. They haven't made any adjustments to status effects. Well, they seem to be working. So they have. And also weapons that felt like they weren't really working very well with status effects, like the de-escalator or the pacifier, seem to be working very consistently now. You watch NASCAR? Nah, I like to turn right sometimes. Does Dynamite have the demo force to destroy bot structures now? Yeah, from outside, yeah. Not a jammer, but anything up to a jammer. Using pacifier right now as well. It's been fun. Yeah, I think the pacifier is pretty good now. Pacifier and Pummeler had their status effects buffed, and they are consistently. Consistently or consistently good? I'd say consistently good. Do. Max Verstappen. Boop, 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 boop. I like me some F1. DTM. Enduro. A little bit of MotoGP. Oh, rallying? Your mom fighting to open up a bag of snacks? All great competitions. I think Max will clutch the... Dude, if he manages to do it, insane. But also, biggest fumble of McLaren's life. Do you think Hulkenberg got the bag to send it Bottas style in the turn 1 in Austin? Helldivers 2 back with the patch. I think it'll require more, honestly. But I think this is a fantastic first patch. But it still requires more. Like, there's still people having technical issues. You know, there's still, you know, performance concerns. You know, there's still balancing stuff that people would love to see. I don't think it'll be truly back until also we get some more content, too. So... let's hold our horses on like, oh my god, we're so bad. You know what I mean? Let's like, you know, I hate the internet thing where it's like, it's one or the other. It can't be somewhere in the middle. We're somewhere in the middle right now, right? We're on the way to being back. Fought a war strat? Yeah, I have. The weak spot is, you know, working. AMR seems to four-shot it. Autocannon had some more trouble. It might just be a very precise weak spot. Internet is bipolar, I'd say so. So not on the podium, but moving towards it. Yeah. They've already said this is not the last performance patch or like bug fixing patch they're gonna do before they add more content. Content is still on pause. This sounds like it's the first wave. Hi Annie, you okay? McLaren are throwing with their whole papaya rules. I don't know, man. I feel like it's so hard to, like, make decisions at that level when the entire world's watching and everybody has fandom of, like, Lando versus, you know, Piastri. Like, I feel like they couldn't make a right decision without getting criticized by the other side. People would be making fun of them and, like, talking shit about the papaya rules if they went the other way also. Like, I have no horse in the race, and I'm just like, ah, fuck, dude, they're fucked. Should I be concerned with the game bringing my computer still? If it was doing it previously, it might still be doing it. Or it might have stopped. I don't know. Some people are reporting it's still happening, and some people are saying that it's fixed. It never happened for me. Not once. So I can't comment on it. Right? I never had that issue. I don't know. Now, the whole bricking your PC, like proper bricking, like turning it into a brick and it no longer restarts, I think that one's a little bit of a correlation cause equals causation. But as far as like you needing to like hard reboot your PC and stuff like that, that seems to still be in the game. But I'm not sure exactly. Like, I'll be honest, there's a very low likelihood of it actually, like, breaking your PC. Like, a game like this breaking your PC, there's most likely something else wrong that caused it to be a brick, right? You need to, like, restart your PC or it, like, hard locking up and freezing. It's most likely the program that did it. And it sounds like that might still be there, but I'm not sure. Seems odd that this game breaks PCs so often, meanwhile I'm running 8-year-old i5 and 70. I don't know. It does seem like a lot of people that are on Windows 11 seem to have more issues than people on Windows 10. I, on Windows 10, have very, very few problems. I have two computers, an i600K, 1070 Ti, 3070, both on Windows 11, both completely freeze occasionally. Play with my kid a lot. Yeah. The vast majority of people that I hear have problems with the freezing and like having to restart their PCs and stuff like that are Windows 11. Unfortunately. Windows 11 seems to be a correlating point. The bot crashing is like the biggest issue I've experienced pre-patch. That's still there, unfortunately. So you got to be careful about what bot planets you're going to. Soon everybody will be on Windows 11. I'm not swapping. I'm not swapping, dude. I'm not swapping until, you know, at least Helldivers, whatever the hell's going on there, gets resolved. Whatever the fuck's going on there, if that gets resolved, I'll probably swap over. But it would actually be like a bad, you know, idea for me to swap now. Like actively. Because the chances of something going wrong is pretty high, right? Look at all the people having problems with Windows 11 playing Helldivers. Hell no. I'm moving away from that. It's making me nervous to build a PC with Windows 11. Windows 11 has had a lot of issues with gaming in general. It's not just Helldivers. Windows 11 is very finicky and just... This is not the first game. This is not the first game. I mean, having issues, should update their BIOS and check RAM profiles. Helps a lot of people. That's good. That's good. Delete your shader cache. Don't you need Windows 11 to support modern Intel processors that have like EMP cores? Maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend buying Intel right now, so I don't think that's a big concern. What are you talking about? Just tuned in. Should we be worried about playing this game? I don't know. I feel like I can't give you an impression on that because I think your mileage may vary. There's plenty of people on Windows 11 that play Helldivers and have no issues. And then there's a sizable amount of people that get freezes, right, while they're playing and they have to restart their PC occasionally when playing Helldivers. And then there's like less than a handful of cases of people claiming that Helldivers bricked their PC. Like bricked it. Like can't restart it. Right? So I don't know how to filter through the noise and know what to tell you and what to do, right? All I can tell you is that, you know, a lot of the vast majority of people that, you know, claim the freezing and stuff like that are on Windows 11. That seems to be a very, you know, frequent point. What's finicky about 11? I'm not exactly sure. I don't know how to comment on it. All I can tell you is that 10 seems to be more stable in gaming in general. Thank you, Zephyr, for another copy pasta. All right, chat. Let's record this video now. GG's, buddy. Zara's Ifki. They're gonna stop supporting Windows 10. Oh, I know they are. Any crash tonight? No, but we did get the audio bug while playing bots on fuck. I can't remember the bot planet. Come on, what is it? It's right here. Fenmire. When we were playing on Fenmire, we got the audio bug. And it did not go away until we restarted the game. Just like the normal audio bug. So that is still there. I can confirm that. But when we played on Tarsh earlier, I did not get the audio bug. So make sure that when you're playing on bots, you pick the right planet. We did not get the audio bug once on Illuminate or on bugs, so none of that stuttering or the audio cutout. But when we played on bots and we played Fenmire 2 games, we got it very fast. But performance-wise, I've been pretty impressed. Fenmire has been Crash City on Xbox since HG2 release. Gotcha. Well, it seems like it's just a fucked planet in general then. Okay, So what we're going to do now, chat, is I'm going to record a YouTube video. It's basically going to be like a overall talking about the patch, things that I've noticed, positives, negatives, so on and so forth. So, you know, hold questions, you know, feel free to keep talking. It'll be on screen and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm going to be going all of that in detail. This will be a YouTube video. They should disable those planets. I would agree with that. I do wish they would do that. I do wish they would do that. Okay. So. Put me there. Okay, I could be there. Okay, sick. All right, anything else I need to do? Let's record this YouTube video. All right. Hey, what's up, YouTube? Fuck that up. One more time. Hey, what's up, YouTube? We are back. It's been a while. But we are back on HG2. They just released that October mid-month sort of patch. It is a doozy. Tons of changes across the board on balance, which we're going to get into. Bunch of crash fixes, some bug fixes in general, and also some hidden ones that we're going to be going into throughout this video. So consider dropping a like on the video and subscribing now. Also, for any of you who have missed my previous video that I put out a little while ago, I am still streaming on YouTube. It's just under another channel. I'm kind of separated to one for video, one for streaming. It is Maplewood_TV, just like my Twitch channel. Cool. Let's get into the video. All right, let me go to the patch notes. Patch notes. Okay. Ooh, I kind of want them in a browser so I can zoom in for people. All right, so the patch mostly revolving around primaries, secondaries, throwables, and stratagems becoming more powerful, nerfing a few enemies, bringing them down, less ragdoll. We'll get into the specifics in a little bit, but getting into it, we have our primary weapons. I'm not going to go and touch over every single one, but for the most part, you're going to notice our light pen assault rifles have had their durable damage increased, so they're better at breaking those body parts and stuff like that. Like Brood Commander's heads are popping off with a bunch of the light pen changes. Very noticeable. It is great. I mean, you might look at it and be like 89 damage. That's like nothing, but that amount of an increase in your durable damage, you know, we're looking at like 50% in some cases. Very noticeable in a lot of situations. Slugger getting a solid damage increase, allowing you to one tap those overseers from a little bit farther away. Very consistent at two tapping like bile spewers. You're still one tapping, you know, your warriors and stuff like that, but it is a nice one. Also getting a really nice durable increase. Plasma Punisher, a very well-deserved buff as well. They, you know, remove the projectile damage on direct impact. Don't panic though. What that means is they've essentially moved that to the AoE, right? Whereas before you had to hit the target to do the substantial amount of damage. Now you can kind of just aim next to them and do the vast majority of damage. So increasing that explosion damage from 150 to 225, it feels really good, especially versus bugs. That's where I was primarily running it, but you know, you should be one tapping Voteless, no problem. It should be a 2 to 3 tap on Overseers, depending on what type you're using. It should be 2, but I think it most likely should be 3 on even elevated Overseers. Just like really nice change to the Plasma Punisher. It's needed it for so long. So I'm happy it's gotten it. It's not like game changing. It's not going to be like competing with the crossbow all of a sudden, but you know, it's at least like, you know, moving up there. In the next couple of days, we will be going through like a new tier list and talking about a lot of these changes in more depth and talking about how they've moved on the tier list. But for now, good changes. Pacifier got its stun value increased. You're going to see the Pummeler also got its stun value increase. They are way more reliable at stunning enemies, which is great. The Liberator Concussive actually got some more durable damage and more damage in general. Really liked using it today. It felt good. We're getting into a much better place with a lot of ARs across the board. And if you are a Liberator Concussive enjoyer, you are eating good. Tenderizer only got the durable damage, but I think that's mostly because they didn't want it to compete too much with like the DMRs, the Light Pen DMR, especially the Diligence. SMGs, they actually, what they did was they increased the damage on SMGs by a significant amount, but they added more drag. So maybe past like 40, 50 meters, the damage will fall off a lot faster than it did before. I personally think this is a fantastic trade-off. For a long time, I've been suggesting this exact situation because I played Space Marines 2 last year, and they gave the bolter carbine, like it's an SMG, this 50% damage increase within 10 meters, but it drops off really fast afterwards. And it made the weapon feel very unique, but also made it feel very powerful, but within that limited band, and it didn't feel like it like went crazy at all distances. And it's a great way to distinguish SMGs from assault rifles. Great change. The Defender feels really good at 100 damage. Also getting a very sizable durable damage increase, literally doubling its durable, makes a big difference. It's awesome. The Knights got a 70 to 90, and it also got a massive durable damage increase along with the drag. All of the SMG or like pistol variant weapons got this drag increase. So you're going to be not using them at like 50 plus meters as much, but I think the trade-off for more damage, well worth it. The Reprimand got a little more damage. Cool. Pummeler got the more damage, durable damage, which is awesome, which we talked about. And then already the stun. Sickle got some more damage, keeping it a little bit closer from being power crept. I still think a lot of people are going to prefer the other light pen assault rifles, especially now that the durable damage is way farther apart. Like the average light pen assault rifle is around 18 to 22 durable damage, whereas you're only sitting 6 with the sickle. So I think a lot of people are going to continue to move away from the once king of ARs, and you're going to see a lot of people using the newer ones, which is fair. I still think the sickle needs a little bit more love, but good. We have the Halo assault rifle getting a little more damage, same durable, but that's because it's a medium pen. It already had decent stats on it, but I do think the extra damage is welcome. Unfortunately, this one was a bit of a head scratcher. This is the Halo SMG. I'm not a huge fan of this change, and it might be like, why? It's getting better. It is better, but then you have the Knight and you have the STA-11 literally getting better buffs. Whereas if you look at it in game, the Halo like SMG is like kind of just like it's an alternative version to the STA-11 essentially, right? But now it does less damage, it has less durable damage, and it has less fire rate, but the same capacity, right? Like, it just seems very weird to me. I don't get why it's lower. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense, especially with the Knight getting the same buffs, and it gets attachments, which automatically makes it way better than the other two SMGs of that class of fast firing. I don't know. Odd one. Not sure about the Halo SMG. Still need some love. You're going to hear in a second. I'm also not a fan of the SOCOM Halo one. I don't know. It just seems odd that they're not giving it more love. I understand that they're like worried about maybe pay to win or something along those lines because it's a more expensive war bond and only some people are going to get it. I don't know. It deserves more love. Accelerator rifle though, moving on, we have the 8 to 12 magazines. It does make a good difference in how it feels. It's a 50% increase, which is awesome, and just better ergonomics. I think this will be more useful than just on the bot faction. Previous to this, I was pretty much only saying use it on the bot faction, don't use it anywhere else. I think it'll be more useful in other factions. It still has the like overkill of the 3-round burst, but it is moving in a better direction. A lot of the melee weapons got their buffs, mostly the ones that are not stun related, and increasing their durable damage as well. Cool. I still think until we get melee weapon slots, like a fourth slot, primary weapon, secondary weapon, throwable melee weapon, I don't think melee weapons are going to be that, wonderful to use, but it is what it is. The light pen, secondaries got some love, not too much, but it's enough to keep them relevant. The Redeemer, one of the famous weapons that hasn't been touched since basically the game came out, got some love, which is pretty cool. The Verdict got a little bit of a buff. SOCOM, which we were talking about earlier, still don't think it's enough, but at least it's going in the right direction. I'm happy to see that. And then the Warrant now will feel more like a laser, essentially. The drag was decreased, and the gravity multiplier, which is basically how much it will drop, has been decreased as well. So yeah, it'll feel like more of a laser. Cool. All right. One of the best upgrades of this patch is the Dynamite. The Dynamite went up in damage. We are now seeing it go up to 1,000 damage. It's now Heavy Pen 4, and its Demolition is increased to 30 to 40. For those who are not in the know, this is enough to now kill a Bile Titan hole. You're not going to be killing jammers, but you can kill a Bile Titan hole. Just throw it right inside. You can kill bug holes from outside. You don't have to hit them. If it bounces out slightly, it'll still kill it. You can kill fabricators from the outside as well, which is pretty damn cool. Absolutely love it. You no longer get 4 of them, but I think that's an absolutely fine trade-off. Dynamite, feeling good. Very good. Pineapple, tons of changes here. I'm going to kind of move over it. I'm just going to say, I think they did so much work into it, but I still feel like the pineapple is kind of meh. I don't like it still. I tried my best to like it. You will get the occasional oh my God, I killed a charger in one throw because it perfectly landed below it and all the munitions hit its stomach and then it blew up and then it actually one-shot it. But it's cool, you still only get 3 and it's a less reliable one shot than the Thermite, and it doesn't have the utility and AoE potential of the Dynamite, because you might be saying, well, it explodes and it goes into a wide radius, right? It must be good for AoE. It's sparsely populating that area of effect. It's not as uniform of a circle as the Dynamite. So the Dynamite ends up feeling much better for an AoE potential grenade, whereas the Pineapple, just not really. I think it's better. No doubt it is better, but I want it to feel more uniform, more reliable. The only situation I can see it really popping off is you have 50 enemies right in front of you and you manage to throw it right in the middle, and it basically can't miss hitting enemies around it. Because when you throw it at some a bunch of enemies in front of you walking towards you, it'll get a bunch of them, but I would much rather it be more reliable at killing a group of them. And I just don't get that with the Pineapple at the moment. And the fact that you only get 3 doesn't help it. If it had 5 and it did this potential of damage, I'd be okay, now we're cooking. 4 even. But 3, not enough. All right, some good changes on the Seeker Grenade. They now more likely prioritize flying enemies when you throw them. This was actually a change that the developer mentioned that they actually saw while coming by a live stream. They mentioned that we were talking about Seeker Grenades and how to change them, and someone brought up, hey, maybe if it prioritizes flying enemies, because I think we were talking about AA, turrets and stuff like that. Really cool. Glad they added it. I think that's awesome. And the extra damage to 500 allows it to actually one-tap elevated overseers, which it couldn't do before. Very cool. It still will target prioritize a marked target, so if you ping a target then throw the grenade, it will ignore the flying target, so don't worry. Frag grenades went from 5 to 6. That's sick. I still want them to have higher demolition force. It still can't destroy an Illuminant Tesla Tower unless they maybe forgot to do that. I didn't actually test it just yet. We've been trying to get through the patch as fast as possible, but there's so many things changed. It'll take me a couple more days to get through it all. Smoke grenades went up 1. I still feel like I want the plume of smoke to be larger, but +1 grenade, cool. Throwing knives, we did a full game of using these. It is noticeable. I was able to one-shot not ball spears, nursing spewers in the head. It is still one-tapping, warriors and stuff like that. It cannot one-tap a regular or not a regular, but an alpha brute commander, it might be able to one tap a normal brute commander in the head. Let me know in the comments. It's cool change, but there's still kind of a meme, and I think they always will kind of be a meme. It's kind of hard to make a throwing knife, feel somewhat grounded without, and good at the same time, because at the end of the day, it's just a throwing knife. It's it will have to do bonkers levels of damage, and it will be kind of like unbelievable at some point. So I think it's as good as it really is gonna get at this point. I do hope it's like easier to throw in the future, maybe, at least getting some more distance on it, or like being able to throw it faster, because it doesn't always go exactly where your crosshair is, which is a bit awkward, because your crosshair is in the middle of your screen and your player character is, off to one side. It's a little bit misaligned, if that makes sense. Anyways, Plasma Scorcher, projectiles no longer get slowed down while going through bushes. Cool. If you ever notice that on the big tree planets, shoot into the sky and all of a sudden you notice your round going way slower all of a sudden. Very weird. But they fixed that. Epoch, another big winner. They basically made it way easier to charge and use. You will now see a VFX like plume at the front, like a big blue ball, and you will hear the alarm. As soon as you hear the alarm or see the plume at the front after it disappears, like it basically when you start charging it, you'll see a bunch of effects, and then it'll disappear, and then it will come back. And when you first see it come back, let go. It's an optimal shot. You have way more time to do that before it explodes, and just in general, it is way better timed with the visual and the auditory, so I think it's like much easier. I honestly think that the Epoch is in a really good spot now, especially since it can now destroy bug holes. Awesome. Or fabricators, in the vents and stuff like that. Also, the standard explosion, a standard shot, does enough damage to one-shot overseers now, especially the elevated overseers. Great change. 2 shots, standard shots, blow up a behemoth charger's butt. So if you don't have time to do a full charge on a charger's butt, 2 quick shots where you can do faster than 1 charge shot. Very fast way to kill a behemoth as he runs by after you dodge him. Very good. Stalwart got a little bit of a buff, similar to the Liberated Carbine, because they use the same round. Makes sense. Flamethrower, more ammo, essentially. More ammo in the magazine and just in reserve. Cool. Anti-material rifle and autocannon. I didn't see this one coming, but they can now one-tap Hulks. You heard that right. One-tapping Hulks. It's insane. I didn't think the autocannon needed that much love, and I didn't think the anti-material rifle needed that much love, but they did it. It is extremely powerful. Even killing Bile Titans with the anti-material rifle, you can now do it in 7 to 8 shots. So that's 1 magazine plus 1 to 2 shots, depending if you have a round loaded in the chamber. Because if you have one in the chamber, it's 7. If you don't, it's a fresh magazine. It's 6. Very good changes to the anti-material rifle, but at the same time, you're kind of feeling bad for Bile Titans. They are getting dropped hard now, even by the anti-material rifle, which is crazy. Autocannon also less shots to take down. It previously was about 10 to 12 shots to kill a Bile Titan in the head. It's now closer to 8, which is insane. Very good. And one-tapping Hulks, like I said before, crazy. De-escalator now got its damage increased. At first, my initial reaction of it was, it doesn't feel that much better, until I started using it more. I played it for a couple games in a row. Honestly, very happy with it. It can 6-shot a Bile Titan in the head. Not super reliably, because of the nature of like how it does its arcs. It's not super reliable to do the 6 shots. Sometimes it took 7 to 8, but honestly, very prominent at killing Bile Titans. Not as OP as it was when it first came out, like when 5 shots, but we're getting to a much closer spot. It feels pretty damn good, and the status effect of it is applying quite reliably now, and the damage feels quite nice. I was using on bugs, felt good. I can't really comment on the other factions just yet, but I imagine it's probably along the same lines. Soul Silo now is kind of invisible to enemies. They won't go out of their way to attack it. It has more health and in general more demolition strength from enemies to destroy it. Basically means that you can throw it out and just hold on to the receiver and run away from it. You don't have to babysit it as much anymore. Fantastic change. Love it. Orbital Rail Cannon Strike, a change that we've been hoping for since forever. They dropped it by 30 seconds. Great change, gotta say. Happy about it. We'll see if 30 seconds is enough, maybe a minute, but I think it's a great change. I think you'll see people using it a lot more. Patriot Exosuit got its missile armor penetration at worse angles buffed. So basically, if you had more of like a glancing blow, it would drop down to pen 4 rather than pen 5. So it should be more reliably doing more damage with the missiles. I still feel as if they should basically just make the missile an EAT. I think they're just beating around the bush. They should just do that. The Emancipator mech is too good comparison to the Patriot Exosuit. Just do it. I just do it. I am happy to see the rotary gun, the machine gun get some bonus ammo, 35% more ammo. Cool. Sick. But still, the missiles feel kind of lackluster. You just don't have enough of them. And if they were like EATs, it would feel a lot better. A lot better. Next, we have the enemies. Okay, so they actually adjusted flesh mobs. They brought down the max health, and they made shooting the eyes more of like a weak spot. They didn't make the leg like we were talking about earlier a weak spot, but they at least made the eyes more of a weak spot. And I did deal with some with a light pen weapon, and I definitely was killing them significantly faster with a light pen weapon, which was very cool. Yeah, so in general, they did make a little bit of changes to make sure they're not like just falling over to other things, but you know, it is noticeable, and flesh mobs are dying a lot faster just to regularly, you know, attained like light pen primary weapons. You don't need explosive damage. You don't need fires damage as much anymore to really make them, you know, fall over. Elevated Overseers saw some massive changes. They are significantly easier to kill. Basically, all this means is they die way faster. Their helmets are no longer medium pen, they're light pen. So 4 bullets from a regular carbine or a normal Liberator, the 90 damage now new one, is enough to kill it. That's insane. You could just go for the chest and it's like 5 to 6 shots, which is crazy. In general, Elevated Overseers are just falling over. They are absolutely falling over. Leviathans have also changed. In my first mission, we went to go check them out. They no longer have the annoying bunker turrets. It's now replaced with 4 laser beams. It's basically the same laser beam of the Harvester. And they just trace you around. They don't aim directly at you for the most part, and you can definitely dodge them. Also, the second part is they only show up on mega cities. They will not be showing up on, you know, normal maps anymore, which is so good. It means you have so much more opportunity to dodge them and, you know, avoid them and get around them. Feels so much better. Happy with these changes. This is what Leviathans needed from the start, and I'm so glad we finally got there. Really happy. Rupture Strain got some changes. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to test them yet because Rupture hasn't been actually like shown in game yet. They're not active, but as soon as they do, we will be testing it out on stream. So come on by Maplewood_TV on YouTube or Twitch, plugging it one more time. But yeah, lots of changes there. Basically just making them slower. They're no longer medium pen on everywhere on their front. Now their arms are no longer medium pen, which is cool. They're slower. They come out of the ground more often. They're not going to be heat-seeking missiles when they come out. You can actually dodge it. Fantastic changes. Happy about it. Ball Spewers, their mouth is now an easier weak spot. It actually always was a weak spot. I don't know if you guys knew this. It's a no armor weak spot, but it's just really hard to hit. They made it easier. That's cool. Brood Commanders are slightly harder to set on fire. I didn't notice it. I brought the Coyote in because I was like, oh my God, did they nerf the Coyote and is everybody going to freak out? It takes 2 to 3 shots to light a Brood Commander on fire. Maybe before it was 1 to 2 shots. Now it's 2 to 3. You basically don't notice it. So you can kind of just ignore this. They're probably just doing this so people on Reddit don't freak out when they notice a variable change when they're data mining and be like, oh my God, they hit a patch note. It's like if they didn't put this here, you wouldn't have noticed it. It's such a small difference. In general, these slightly hard to set on fires are like so small, I don't think you would notice it. It's probably like a 1 to 2 bullet difference in general, and it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't. You will most likely be doing like enough shots to set them on fire regardless. So don't worry, guys. The coyote is not nerfed. All right. Dragon Roach got some changes. They spawn less often. We did do a hive world, and it is taking quite a bit longer to see a new Dragon Roach show up, which is cool. I didn't really feel like it needed to be a thing. It was more just their fire is OP, and that didn't really change yet. I'm hoping that fire changes on the Dragon Roach. Right now, it just feels like a -1 stim every time they do their fire attack, or it feels like you absolutely kind of need the fire resistant armor. I'm still hoping that they do something about it, and they just make it more like the Stingray. I love the Stingray from the Illuminate faction. Very deadly, but very much dodgeable. And the Dragon Roach doesn't feel like that at all. But I will say that they now made the wings a weak point. Excellent. I took the autocannon. I actually at one point had the Dragon Roach kind of like hovering across from me, and I got a perfect 10 shots on one of the wings, and it killed it. Now that's probably like optimal. It's probably going to take you more than 10 shots of the flak of the autocannon to kill it, but very impressive if that's a very consistent thing you can do. But yeah, that's like optimal. I'm sure I got like the perfect angle and so on and so forth. 10 shots from the autocannon, that's great. But, you know, it's probably going to be more than that on average, especially due to missing and just the random nature of flak in general. But yeah, pretty damn cool. It also takes more damage from explosions. So things like the Epoch will be very good against the Dragon Roach. Already was very good if you guys didn't know that. So any Epoch jars from this patch, try it out on the Dragon Roach. Will be very good. All right. Ball Spewers are harder to set on fire. Once again, not that big of a deal. And they also made them a little more durable, but that's because they increased the durable amount on a lot of weapons by like 50%. So Ball Spewers, very easy to kill still. Hive Lords, some performance changes, base alarming for you stealth enjoyers on automatons. This is basically just those random flares as soon as you kill one enemy inside of a base. It won't happen as much, so that's a good change. The hell just happened? I lost it. Sorry. I think I accidentally misclicked off of it. And that's it. Okay. Devastators, slightly harder to put on fire. Not that big of a deal, but honestly, they were ridiculously weak to fire before this. Command bunkers removed ragdoll from projectile explosion. So you can still get ragdolled from the bunker turrets, but it's from the explosion. So before, it could hit like the wall or ground beside you and you get ragdolled. Now it has to direct impact you. So you're still getting ragdolled occasionally from both War Striders and bunker turrets, but it's happening less. We did a bunker turret mission, a lot less from the command bunkers. So that's good. We're moving in the right direction. Still lots of ragdoll, but moving in the right direction. Happy about it. War Striders also got less grenades per salvo. They shoot grenades less often. And I definitely noticed that. They used to go from like, you know, laser cannon, grenades, laser cannon, grenades, and then just swap back and forth immediately, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It now seems like they do like 2 or 3 laser cannon attacks, then grenades. So way less ragdoll. You're still going to get ragdoll from the grenades if you don't move, and you're still going to get ragdoll from the laser cannons, but they, once again, remove the ragdoll from the explosion. Great change. Definitely not exactly what I wanted. I wanted to remove the ragdoll in general, but hey, they met me halfway. That's better than nothing. They added weak point to the eyes and the vents on the back. So I was shooting the primary eye that you see on like the bar, but there's also an eye on the top that I'm pretty sure is a weak point as well. But the one that worked reliably, I was 4-tapping it with the new AMR from the front, worked really well. And in the back, it was also 4-tapping it. Basically the butt of the War Strider now actually is a vent, just like, you know, a tank and stuff like that. So good changes. I'm not going to go through all of the individual changes, but lots of like little ones here and there about like, just like, you know, hey, the spear couldn't lock on to automaton anti-AA turrets. Cool. They fixed it. But lots of fixes and optimization. As far as my game running, I'm getting about 10% more performance on the lows and the highs. Some people are reporting much better like 1% lows, so like how stuttery and like the frame times and like smoothness of the game has improved. For me personally, on my rig, I didn't notice any of that. It seems the same amount as far as like frame times, but overall FPS has improved a little bit. So let me know in the comments, maybe on people that have like lower end rigs especially. I want to know, how does it feel now? Is it feeling more than 10%? I'm very curious. But do keep in mind that this is like the first patch that they want to do. They want to do more as far as fixes, optimization and stuff. So, hopefully more in the future.
8 months or watching Luna snooze or cuddle. And there was this game, too.
Thanks, Kraut. Fuck, I forgot to mute my notifications. Thanks for the tier 1 8 months. Okay, some hidden stuff that we noticed. Bile Titans and Chargers are way louder with their footsteps. Like, you can hear them way more clearly. Now, you still will get situations where someone dropped a 500 kgs, someone dropped a 380, and you didn't really hear that Charger coming from behind you. But I think that's reasonable. Hear me out. I think it would be a bit ridiculous if a 500 kg just went off and instead of hearing the explosion, you hear the Charger running behind you. I understand for gameplay purposes, you're like, oh my God, I want to hear the Charger at all times if he's anywhere around me. But hear me out. For the cinematic experience of Helldivers, it's probably better it works this way, because it'd be kind of silly if the 380 is going off and you just hear, Charlie the Charger next to you stomping around. It would be a bit ridiculous. But in like average gameplay, when there isn't like tons of explosions going off, you definitely hear them moving around. You definitely hear Bile Titans walking around like following you. Like if you hear a Charger right behind you, if he's chasing you, like it's much more noticeable. Much more noticeable, and it was a fantastic change. I'm really happy that they did it, and they didn't go overboard, because I do think that they could have gone overboard and made them too loud to the point where it's actually like dominating the soundscape. But good change there. As far as people with the audio bug is still present on bot missions. Going into game now, we played quite a few bot missions, and it is still planet dependent. So Fenmeyer, for instance, do not go. Fenmeyer gave me the audio bug, which for those who are not aware of it, it at first propagates as just like, hey, my audio cut out for a second. And then it gets a little worse. And then it gets a little worse. And then it gets a little worse. And then it gets to the point where it's actually like freezing your game for a couple seconds. Right? It just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And if you don't restart your game on console or PC, eventually your game will just crash. And I believe in some instances will actually just cause your computer to freeze. Right? Do not play on this planet. For instance, I went and played on Tarsh, played quite a few games, no problems. No audio bug whatsoever, playing against War Striders and everything everything alongside. But I'm also on Windows 10. Maybe if you're on Windows 11, it might be different. I hear lots of reports of people still having issues with this patch. This is very much the first patch, and it still seems like it has issues. Shams, the CEO, did say that they are still working on the lockup of the game. So this is not of like, we're so back right now. This is more, we're going to be so back in maybe a patch or two. This is an excellent first step, in my opinion, but we are not quite there yet, right? They still need to do a little bit of balance tuning. They still need to do some performance fixes. They still need to do some bug fixes, but this definitely gives me a lot of hope for, the next month of this game. I'm happy that things are improving, but I will not be like over the moon saying that this game is like fixed and you need to come back right now. If you've had a lot of crashing issues in the past, you may still be having them. Personally, I haven't had really any performance issues on my rig, and I'm still not having those performance issues or stuff outside of the audio bug, right? If I'm playing on Illuminator bugs, Everything's fine and dandy. I got my 10% FPS boost. We're off to the races, and we will be covering the balance patches and stuff like that, you know, in the coming week, right? For those who are looking to see some of that live, please remember Maplewood_TV on Twitch or on YouTube. Consider dropping a like and a subscribe on the video if you enjoyed. Please let me know how it is running on your rig. How is it performing on Xbox? How is it performing on PlayStation? I want to know these things because I hear things from stream chat, but I want to hear stuff from you guys too. I want to get as many opinions as possible, and you know, maybe we can filter out what's happening in the game. So yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Do expect some updates to our tier lists, but I gotta say I'm pretty damn happy with a lot of the changes that have happened here, and I can't wait to update them for you. Go try out the Epoch. Trust me, it went from good to great. Anyways, much love. Peace out, YouTube. All right, let me marker state of game. We are so back. Sorta. All right. What gun stratagems are the biggest winners? Gun wise, it'd be like Plasma Punisher, AMR, Epoch, Liber Concussive. Honestly, any of the Liberators or like light pen auto rifles. Really good. Dude, dynamite. Absolute dynamite. If you know what I mean. De-escalator feels a lot better. It went from like kind of being shit tiered to way better now. It's like solid now. It's not like amazing, but I liked using it. I definitely liked using it. You having to see if the Eruptor will one-shot Overseers and kill flesh bombs faster? It should kill flesh bombs faster, which is ridiculous. It already was. But Overseers, no, I never got the opportunity. I was trying out the new stuff, not existing stuff. We will be testing that as the week goes on. But anyways, chat, I'm going to call the stream there. We'll be back with more HD2 tomorrow. I think it'll just be HD2. We might throw in some Battlefield. Not exactly sure. Kind of depends if I can get through the majority of stuff and just viewership in general. I do already miss playing Battlefield, but we will be playing more HD2 tomorrow. Remember, Maplewood_TV on YouTube or on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube right now, I won't be live on this channel on YouTube tomorrow. I will be live on my alternate channel tomorrow. Just a heads up. I will still be live on YouTube, same time, same place. Actually, earlier, because I started late today. So yeah. Yeah, keep that in mind. Okay, guys? Cool? And please consider going and subscribing over on YouTube. It'll help us get to the partnership faster on YouTube on the secondary channel. It really helps us out so we can get monetized over there. So yeah. I wonder how long until the war bond is be delayed for. I would guess about a month. Because I would assume they're going to work on the next big patch now, which will cause a couple weeks to be a thing. So maybe the next patch will come alongside the war bond, but I'm not sure. I am expecting a pretty sizable reduction because even this patch is not perfect. They still have a lot to work on, right? From a technical standpoint, right? There's still a lot of people reporting problems. Anyways. Thank you so much for watching today, chat. I will see you guys in the morning tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. And have a great morning, evening, afternoon, night. Let me know how the patch is. And more to come tomorrow. Consider leaving a sub on the channel. Thank you, Trindle. Much love. Peace out, everybody. Bye.